starting in 2 minutes time, so if you want to take your seat, so that we can check that you're all here. Thank you. Welcome everyone, welcome to this year's RomeMed 2021 Migration Forum, and thank you for being here, thank you for making it, to those who are here in presence, thank you for joining us online, for those of you who didn't make it. Actually, some of you who were foreseen to be here today could not make it due to the pandemic striking back in the past few days. So anyway, thank you for taking time and making time for joining us online. So thank you all. And right now, I'll briefly explain how it works, how this works. We will be talking about migration development in the first session, and then legal channels for migration in the second one. But before we start, I want to leave the floor for the opening remarks to Paolo Crodele, who is Principal Director at the Directorate General for Migration Policies and Italians Abroad. And then following up, it will be Lawrence Hart, Director for the Coordination Office for the Mediterranean at the IOM. Thank you. Mr. Crodele, you have the floor. Maybe.
Yes, very well.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Many thanks for having me at this event. Let me express my congratulations to ISPI for setting up this forum on migration. It is important we keep up talking about migration policies. Most of all, it is important to talk about migration in pragmatic terms and not simply according to the narrative of emergency and crisis. I do not want to downplay the emergency, of course. Due to its geographical position, Italy has always been involved in complex migration processes. Particularly today, as a country at the external borders of the European Union, we remain among the main member states for irregular arrivals by sea. We're also at the forefront of rescue operations and reception of migrants. So allow me to recall that in the past years, Italy has never stepped down from its obligations to save human lives at sea. But besides that, we should always keep in mind that well-managed migration can be an opportunity for all. The answer should not and cannot be merely containing the phenomenon in terms of emergency. The key is in dialogue among countries of origin, transit, and destination. Italy has been strengthening its international cooperation for years now with an integrated approach. We established the Migration Fund in 2017, and we have developed an intense dialogue with partners, mostly in Northern and Central Africa, investing in human and financial resources to support institutions in countries that are most affected by human trafficking, and providing assistance to refugees and migrants together to local communities. This effort through the Migration Fund has counted on the close and extraordinary partnership with the UN agencies. Let me underline that, specifically with IOM and HCR. I would like to highlight this excellent cooperation specifically in Niger, where we have been able to set a multi-sectoral approach with all the UN agencies on the ground, with IOM and HCR playing a central role of our comprehensive strategy targeted to support the local authorities and provide assistance to migrants. Let me also remind that the Migration Fund has also immediately been employed to address the crisis in Afghanistan in partnership with IOM, with a specific strategy meant to support countries bordering Afghanistan to manage the increasing flows of Afghan citizens. And new projects in Pakistan and Iran will be carried out next year. So this effort to support most vulnerable ones is as part of a structural policy that we carry out, and is equally well represented by an all-Italian experience, the opening of legal and safe pathways you mentioned before, the so-called humanitarian corridors. So the humanitarian corridors are organized in partnership with IOM and HCR and civil society organizations. And since 2015, Italy has successfully carried out humanitarian corridors to the benefit of people in need of international protection, especially children and women, from Lebanon, Jordan, Ethiopia, Niger, more recently from Libya, and finally from Afghanistan, as a new protocol we just signed a few weeks ago establishes. Through these channels has been offered a valid solution to around 3,000 refugees. The number of beneficiaries is further increasing as we are activating the new corridor mentioned before, to the benefit of 1,200 Afghan citizens stranded in Iran and Pakistan. The new European Pact for Migration and Asylum should become the opportunity to transfer at the European level a multi-level approach based on responsibility and solidarity, to build a European framework of cooperation and promote regular migration. So it is important to set up new and efficient procedures to improve safe and regular migration while preventing human trafficking. Most of all, not to be overwhelmed by the emergency. Of course, there's a lot more that can be done. Stronger partnership between Europe and Africa is needed, for instance, and we are firmly pushing in that direction in our negotiations in Brussels. So thanks again. I know my time is expired. Thanks again for having me at this forum. It's a brilliant idea, and I wish all the best to this edition of the Rome Dialogues. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this, Mr. Director Crudele. And so without further ado, let me give the floor to Mr. Hart, Director.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Matteo, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, to those who are present in this room and also to those who are connected virtually. First, allow me to say, to thank ISPI for this partnership in getting together and having this special room and for discussion on a topic such as migration, which often just hits the headlines when a tragedy occurs. Reality is indeed harsh for those seeking protection and cannot be overlooked. at the same time, aside the noisy collapse of many trees, we have a growing forest of many initiatives. And I'm really glad to see people, when reading the list of participants, of people who are coming from different walks of life and can actually enable us to have a conversation addressing the many issues, the positive and the negatives, of migration. And therefore, this is really, I think, a very important opportunity to come to an educated discussion. Let me just say that, for example, I was reading before coming here an analysis that has recently been made, for example, on the economic impact of migration in Italy. It is quite interesting to read that migrants in 2020 have contributed to 9.5% of the national GDP. In some regions, such as Lombardy, for example, migrants contribute up to 12% of the national GDP. Also, another point of note is that when you put costs and benefits, income and expenditures, the net positive for the Italian economy is 0.6 billion euro in 2020, against a cost of 25.5 billion euro. The net income for the government, for the state, was 26.1 billion euro. I think this is very important because it really helps us to see that there is an interest. Oftentimes when we speak about migration, there's a lot of statements saying it's not in my interest. And I think we have to see that there is an interest, even an economic interest, when we talk about migration. Let me conclude by thanking also Director Crudele for his words. I do want to and wish to stress the valid and the very fruitful collaboration with the Ministry and support by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to enhance the capacity of governments in transit and countries of origin when it comes to managing migration, but also for supporting life-saving operations such as the one in Afghanistan and neighboring countries, as well as, for example, in Libya. Without further ado, I don't want to take too much time, because I think this is a golden opportunity for all of you to contribute. So I will give the floor again to Matteo for for the program. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, Lawrence. Thank you, directors. Thank you for these welcome remarks. And let me start by saying, the two calls for dialogue and cooperation clearly fit very well in the agenda of this forum, because we will start from migration and development. And so before giving the floor to the speakers, let me give you a sense of what we're talking by bringing in you. Given that we didn't have enough contacts, we are not going to have a lot of contacts and being able to network, we thought with IOM to do this kind of expert survey, which is clearly something that's going to remain in this room, because we just involved you, and 22 of you responded, which is more than we are in this room right now. And clearly for those joining us online. So don't take this as any representative survey, apart from the fact that it quite closely represents the views of this room. So let me kick off by giving you just a few insights, brief insights into the survey, starting from the most obvious one, which is we asked you, why do people migrate within the Mediterranean region? And we clearly got what we expected in terms of what you expect. Don't take this, you won't see the index down there, because it's just, we ask you to rank the questions and just take the relative positions to give you a sense of how far apart or close the answers were. But you ranked first for most of the time, so lack of socioeconomic perspectives, and then persecution and conflict came second. And as you can see also, quite interestingly, not the first time, I know another Euromed survey a few months ago found the same. The impact of climate changes comes last in terms of what we identify as causes. Clearly, this in some cases interacts with other causes, right? It might be lack of socioeconomic opportunities are affected by climate change, but it's interesting how we, as experts, mainly from the north, from the Mediterranean, but also from the south, the Mediterranean, see this. But I think the most interesting results are here. You will see three pie charts. One is, what do you expect to happen in terms of flows within the Mediterranean region, not just irregular, just migration flows within the Mediterranean region and through the Mediterranean region. And this is, again, expected. Most of you, there were 5 options, just 3 of them were selected. Most of you expect them to increase, and actually half of you expect them to increase significantly over the next years. But again, just to launch this session on migration and development, I think that there are some striking results, expected results here. Do you think immigration has a positive or negative impact on the development of destination countries? And in here, the answers were, I guess, again, as expected by experts. You find, overwhelmingly, we say positive, even though half of us say slightly positive. There is also 20%, a fifth of us, who says neutral effects on the development of destination countries. But again, this goes in the direction that we usually expect. I think that's what's really most interesting, and what is really, it can feed into the debate, is this slide. When we change the perspective from the perspective, again, of origin countries, the picture is much more mixed. Again, there is a prevalence of expected positive outcomes, but some of you, when you do the math and when you think about what does migration contribute to the development of origin countries, some of you actually selected slightly negative or even overwhelmingly negative. So again, it's a small sample, but I think it really begs the question of how is migration expected to contribute for the future of development of, bilaterally, and that's possibly one of the things that we might want to focus on after the kickoff speeches. So again, this is how it works. We have around 40 minutes. I hope that we make it for this session. And we have about 8 minutes for 2 speakers who are going to join us right now and pitch something to you. And then we are going to have a general discussion with you. So for all of you, if you want to come in and discuss, just raise your name and I'll take note. And for those of you who are online, just raise your hand and somebody, I'm sure, will tell me. So again, let me go to Marta Foresti, Executive Director at ODI Europe. So Marta, what do you think about this, and how does migration contribute to development of origin and destination countries, and what can we do maybe to make it even better and find these double, triple wins?
Thank you, Matteo. Thanks, everyone. It is indeed a joy to be back in a room and have a conversation. So with that in mind, I think I'll use this 7 to 8 minutes to ruffle some feathers, or at least to try to persuade you to come along with me on a journey that starts with a provocation, perhaps, which is that we really ought to stop talking about migration and sustainable development. Let me tell you what I mean by that. The fact that there is a relationship between the two, the fact that migration potentially, moving from one place to the other, moving across borders, moving to cities, is potentially a driver and an engine for sustainable development, is well established. In the literature, there are lots of debates about how that happens, what are the conditions for that to be maximized, for the impact to be maximized, but we know that the potential is there. So clearly this is a matter of changing the way we work, the way we do things, to allow that potential to be fulfilled. And to do that, we need to move on from a series of practices or boundaries that we got used to when it comes to migration and development. First, let's bag some victories or something we can rely on. I think we can successfully say and sort of pat ourselves on the shoulders that with both the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015 and then with the Global Compact on Migration in 2018, we have successfully embedded the notion that migration is part of sustainable development, and sustainable development is very much a framing concept and a framing language around the Global Compact for Migration. So we can tick those boxes. We've got the global frameworks and to some extent some kind of consensus at the global level that there is in fact a potential to be fulfilled. However, my thoughts is that from say 2015-18 up to today, if you look at the way in which migration policies and then the work, the effort around sustainable development have evolved, have not made much progress in terms of making the most of that opportunity and that potential. I think if you look at the status of the migration debate in Europe and what's happening with migration policies in Europe, I think one could argue that we are very much still in a world where crises and emergencies lead the political and the public narratives, and where overwhelmingly borders management and borders control continue to dominate the priorities of what migration policies deal with. On the other hand, on sustainable development, much has happened. At the moment, there is a very strong focus on climate and on dealing with the climate crisis. And again, migration and climate have come together. There's been quite a lot of discussion about the implications that climate change has for migration. But again, my feeling is that we are sliding back to what we've seen before. So we are sliding back of using the emergency, the crisis narrative to lead the debate on migration and sustainable development. Now, something very important has happened since 2015, which is, of course, COVID. And that's where I personally see some movement, which I think you can perhaps more evidently than anywhere else spot in the new programs of the new coalition government in Germany, where the idea that migrant workers are essential contributors to our societies and economies is now become part of the way immigration policies are being thought of. Some of you might have spotted that Japan, of all places, is relaxing some of its immigration rules to allow more workers to contribute to the economic recovery. So I think COVID has taught us that indeed when necessities hit at the door, we are able to take action and do different things when it comes to migration and development. But who should do this? And this is my proposal. So my task today is to come to you with a pitch. And the pitch is that we cannot leave this to nation states, and particularly to the very nation states whose primary priority when it comes to migration policies is the safeguarding of borders, because the conflict around the necessity to prioritize that and the security challenges that that brings, I think you see it in the country where I live, in the UK, are so overwhelming in the logic of national politics that I do not think that what we've seen in Germany is likely to be replicated easily in many other national contexts. So we need to find other allies. We need to find other ways of doing things. And partly as a result of my slight frustration with working with the international system of migration stock policies and sustainable development, over the last couple of years I had the joy and the privilege of working with 20 city mayors across Africa and Europe, who have decided that they wanted to do something about the fact that in their cities, people move. People move to cities, people move away from cities, people move within cities, and in some cases, that process of rapid urbanization can be overwhelming and can be a fundamental variable that determines the outcome, the potential positive outcomes of sustainable urban development. If I can have my first picture, it's probably not the first, but the second. I think the first is a title, if it's there. If not, I can continue without. The first reflection on working on cities is that mayors, as political actors, put their face to this effort. So the idea of doing something about the fact that their cities need to cope with rapid population change is something that they have to live day in and day out. They're not concerned with migration policies. They are very clear that it's not for them to decide who gets to come in or be accepted in a country or not, or necessarily to regulate the governance of migration. But the handling of human mobility and the fact that people move is very much at the heart of what cities are about. So I was going to show you a picture of two mayors, which are the mayors of Milan and the mayor of Freetown, that have taken the leadership in this effort and have created these platforms of roughly 20 cities on the two continents. What they're doing, they're not doing migration policies, they're doing waste management. Milan and Freetown are working together in the fashion industry to try to create concrete opportunity for skills exchange and investment in the textile industry across the two countries. Cities of Dakar and Barcelona are working together on the fishing industry in Dakar and some of the challenges of illegal migration or using the fishing industry and the vessels to facilitate dangerous journeys, and with the diaspora in Barcelona trying to revert that and look at opportunities for jobs creation in the sector. And more than anything else, what the cities are doing together are discussing and creating opportunities for jobs creation, for opportunities for economic development and opportunities for the people who move to cities, because fundamentally cities is where opportunities are to be found. But perhaps the most interesting thing about what's happening in this work, and there is, I encourage you, I don't have the time now to go and have a look at the details. This platform is called the Mayor's Dialogue on Growth and Solidarity, and you can find a lot of details of what's happening there. But perhaps what's most interesting about this, and this is actually a political proposition, is that having come together, realizing the fact that cities across the two continents have a common set of challenges and opportunities around the realities of human mobility, of course the conversation has very quickly moved on to what these cities can and should be doing together in a range of different areas, and particularly in what are today the most striking and urgent matters that affect human lives. First and foremost, the pandemic, and secondly, climate change. So these mayors and the cities are wanting to have a say in the way in which the green and just transition will take place in both continents, with lots of challenges that also emerge after COP26 in terms of the inequality between the realities of these two continents when it comes to apply low carbon transitions. And then the pandemic. I found it inspiring that from the beginning of this process, the city of Milan, which was particularly badly hit by COVID-19, took the leadership and pushed this process through. Fast forward 2 years, I was in Milan yesterday because the same two mayors who came together to take action on human mobility have now written a statement on vaccine equity and highlighting the problem with profound inequalities on the access to vaccines and the systems to distribute vaccine and the IP that is required to produce vaccines. And with the other fellows, African European mayors are calling for action and coming together on what is a genuine partnership of equal to demand change. When you see how the cities coming together about the reality of migration and sustainable development have created a partnership and a platform to work more across some of the most urgent, tangible challenges that determine the profound inequalities between these two continents. I think that's good. I think that bringing human mobility as part of a debate that is about all of us human beings, and what the challenges are that, for our collective future, marks a substantive step forward in changing the narrative away from, as we said at the beginning from this session, away from crisis and emergencies, to actually give meaning to the idea of what can be done to move forward and to move ahead with dealing with the fact that people have always moved and will continue to move, and a number of them will most likely continue to move to cities, as I think 2/3 of the world population will live in some of the largest cities by 2050. So here's my pitch. Pay attention to cities, and for that matter to all other local decision makers, as political actors that can actually help us take some step forwards in changing the narrative, which maybe like me, you find a bit frustrating to call for without a sense on how to go about it. And mayors have some thoughts. So here's my pitch.
Thank you, Marta. I guess that the Mayors Migration Council is, to me, an excellent initiative to start again, thinking locally and acting locally for migration. And again, obviously, when you talk about cities, you talk about an overwhelming majority of migrants as well, both internal.
Can I just clarify one thing? The Mayors Migration Council is a global initiative of mayors that focus on migration. What is interesting about this initiative on Africa and Europe is that it stems from it to create something which is specifically acting in the geopolitical space of Africa and Europe, and in many ways going beyond the boundaries of migration policy, which is what I was trying to highlight as being concretely my pitch, that you can really begin to move forwards when you place that conversation into real geographical spaces where change is needed.
Thank you. And thank you for making it as a conversation. It's much appreciated. So let me give the floor again to the second speaker, Ms. Marina Manke. She's Labor Mobility and Human. She comes from the Labor Mobility and Human Development Division in the Department of Migration Management at the IOM. So Ms. Manke, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Welcome to everyone. I'm so thrilled to be together at the Migration Forum. Thank you, Director Crudele and Lawrence, for the opening, and Marta for your also insightful thoughts. It's always easy to go second because a lot of, or even fourth, to be honest, because a lot of messages very important ones have already been said. Let me just also, since I have very few minutes to share some ideas from my end, and also not only talking personally as an expert who has been working on migration for more than 20 years, but also share with you some ideas that we have and important initiatives which we believe will be relevant and quite novel looking in 2022. So my pitch would be to really unite our efforts together and support our work towards International Migration Forum Review 2022 in May, because that's a unique opportunity for us to tackle this tilted narrative on migration and human mobility, which I agree, unfortunately, needs more work from our end. But already this forum, which is taking place within a broader dialogue within the Mediterranean region, is a great contribution to fixing that imbalanced narrative. Because, of course, when we start speaking about human mobility in the context of broader societal transformations and transition, this is definitely helping us to really get to those concrete, specific constellations between human mobility and specific areas, like Marta spoke about the local level partnership with mayors, which is absolutely crucial. We know what was happening in some countries where when the national governance institutions were going into the right direction, it was the local level authorities who were picking up and really advocating for the importance of human mobility and the contributions of migrants on the ground in their communities and their villages. So I think from my end, what I would like to just say a few things, 5 priorities, 5 initiatives, which I believe would be of relevance for all of us when we start bringing that dialogue and discourse between migration and human mobility into a more nuanced manner. Because again, our organization has progressed in formulating what we mean under the linkages between migration and sustainable development. We adopted the institutional strategy, and I'm grateful for Marta's and the Institute's team for helping us, for inspiring us in formulating what we mean within our institution organization on this nexus between migration and sustainable development. And interestingly, the 3 outcomes which we're envisaging, they are all about the situation of migrants. And the dominant theme for us moving forward would be not only to work in partnership with local authorities across countries. We also have been advocating and progressing a lot for the importance of working with the private sector, the sector who is actually the stakeholder who is giving jobs to migrants, the stakeholder who is mediating jobs, either in a bona fide manner, or really charging fees to help migrants or to assist migrants to get to their dreamed job location. So, but also what is important for us when we Zoom is also to strengthen focus on the migrants themselves, migrant voice. And the 3 outcomes which we envisage in our work on migration and sustainable development include the following. 1 is we look at migration, we are aspiring for migration to increasingly becoming a choice. So not a forceful push factor, which is really driving migrants out of their locations where they reside, but really that is increasingly becoming a choice. The second outcome, which we are aspiring to achieve together with in partnership with other stakeholders, is that migrants are empowered. The empowerment of migrants is something what we really strongly believe, that they are not just victims or vulnerable migrants, but also they're empowered and they're agents of the change themselves. And the third focus, of course, is good governance. That's what our organization is all about. So the 5 priorities I promised to you to speak about today are as follows. The first one, yes, I see the importance of moving migration to more closer development discourse and discussions. But I can be honest with all of you that for me, an expert who has always dominantly been working in the contexts which are more stable, more developed, I think we still need to do more work on bringing and strengthening this interrelationship between development, humanitarian dimension, and of course peace. The HDPN, the nexus, is something which is becoming very important in our work when we also offer for development outcomes. Concretely, in our response to Afghanistan, which is a pure humanitarian response, we are advocating for the importance of also envisaging some really development disruptions which the crisis currently is bringing to communities and migrants and their families. So how do we tap into this nexus? How do we operationalize that? One instrument we are finalizing is the so-called driver diagnostic. We want to be able to better explain the situation of a specific community or a country in terms of what is actually driving migrants. And this is a constellation of positive and negative factors. So we are progressing on that. There are already surveys being carried out in some countries and also in the regional context, in particular in Latin America. The second initiative and the area of work which we are going to focus on is the skills dimension, bringing the skills solidly into our responses and marrying education policies and migration policies, but also labor market inclusion policies. I'm sure my colleague Herta is going to focus on the skills mobility partnerships later in the regular pathway, so I'll spare you from my talk on that, but that's certainly the priority, and I believe by bringing skills into migration responses, we really are becoming closer to the private sector. We start looking to situation of specific industries, and of course, migrants' employment primarily in sectors like agriculture, also hospitality, is pointing us to the direction of which type of support training programs we need to focus on in the future. The third area related to migration and sustainable will remain for us, of course, stronger responses in the context of social inclusion, integration, and social cohesion. Here too, we are progressing. A latest development from our end is our approach on social mixing, because we want to really be credibly capable of looking into the situation and the impact of our interventions. So we are designing the monitoring evaluation framework to look into our programming, and this is going to be also available in 2022 for discussions and, of course, inputs. In the context of integration, the work on self-employment and entrepreneurship for our policy guide with UNCTAD and UNHCR will continue, and we also are embracing collaboration with specialized agencies and partners in the area of assisting migrants to become entrepreneurs, accessing financial capital, and also developing their transnational entrepreneurial networks and value chains. The fourth point I wanted to speak about, the priority which is emerging for us, which is not new, it's the intersection between migration and trade. It has been there. We had an event on that in multiple fora over last few years, but also starting from 2002. What COVID has showed to us is the importance of looking into the impact of disruptions of border closures on the cross-border traders. And in Africa, for instance, in South Africa, we came up with an article, and we are going to really initiate few projects where we will look into the impact of cross-border trading and human mobility, and how we can empower the population involved in those processes. And the last but not least is, of course, as I mentioned already, focus on migrants and working with migrant organizations. I'm, of course, going to mention our collaboration with diaspora communities. This too needs a little bit of a revamping because we preach about migration and diaspora engagement already for many, many years and decades. But how do we really empower the communities so they become equal partners in our dialogue? So I want to give a bit of a head start to the event, the Global Diaspora Week, which is starting on the 12th of December. And this is organized by the Global Diaspora Confederation, which was a follow-up structure which emerged in our collaboration and discussions with diaspora communities. So happy to provide more information on that. And also as another semi-formal announcement about our work with the government of Ireland on the organization of Global Diaspora Summit in April as a contribution to the International Migration Forum review. So closing on the International Migration Forum review once again, from which I started, I think, again, let's ensure that moving forward, we try to use each opportunity, each forum, each event, going towards May, that we mobilize our voice and it becomes stronger, and that we are not only speaking about general issues, but also going into specific nitty-gritty examples where we see the intersection between migration and development really becoming a change maker on a concrete situation of a concrete migrant. I'll stop here. Over.
Thank you so much, Ms. Manke. Thank you, Marina, thank you both speakers for sticking to their allotted time, because now we can open the floor to discussion. We have about 20 minutes to do so. And so I would ask you to raise your name if you want to intervene. And given that I don't see anyone right now, let me prod you. Okay, Alessandra, let me just prod you anyway and ask, because I think this is something that should be discussed, and maybe many of you can come in. Why is it that, for instance, we, in our own survey, find that, for instance, migration and the effect on development on origin countries can be negative and or even overwhelmingly negative? And what can we do to change that? Is it a matter of perception? Is it a matter of facts? And what are the challenges? And what can we change about it? Clearly, the pitch from Marta looks into the direction, even though she started by saying that she doesn't see clearly a discrepancy between migration and development. But I think it speaks to all of us as experts to ask ourselves, is there some truth there, and what is this? So please, Ms. Venturini, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. The debate was very interesting, and I would like more to, you see, your question is challenging. We know as researchers that we can have a negative effect of migration in descending country, at least more people that want to move. But I want just to raise a question to the previous speaker. What can be done? There are a lot of private investment in Africa, a lot of benevolent associations working in this country. What we can do to make then intervention be more coherent with the long-run development of this area? Is there a possibility? I know that Europe is trying to coordinate. There is Ariadne, who is a foundation of non-banking institutions. Why don't we put them on a table to help to have a united project? It will be an improvement, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Venturini. Let me also take another intervention from Julien Simon online, and let me remind you, you can also intervene if you want. You have about 3 or 4 minutes if you want. So that's it. No, let me take the online first. So Julien, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Matteo. Can you hear me well? Yes?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Good. So the hybrid continuing. Sorry, I cannot be with you today. I'm on quarantine. Happens, and I will have to be like this for the coming 10 days. But I'm glad to participate, and I'm thankful for the invitation. I just wanted to perhaps, I'm not reacting to your question, to be honest with you, because I had raised my hand before that, so sorry about that. But I wanted to focus on one of the points which has been brought up in the concept note with regard to this event, and notably the strengthening of collaborative migration governance, and also reacting to the the comments on how to move forward and then be as concrete as possible. For me, this is a very, very important issue, particularly in the Euro-Mediterranean region, because at the end of the day, we can benefit from the momentum which could be generated by the new agenda for the Mediterranean, which was communicated earlier in 2021, and the call for renewing migration partnerships. We've seen over the last year a lot of discussions taking place on revitalizing, re-energizing, reimagining, and so on and so forth. And I think that we all owe to everyone to contribute to bringing perhaps specific elements, specific aspects, which would help us to be more concrete in this approach. In ICMPD, for the Mediterranean region, what we have decided to do is to reshape our approach so as to focus particularly on capacities. We have a capacity-centered approach to migration partnerships, which addresses the various stakeholders who are involved in governing migration at multiple levels. For that, we need to also change the approach when it comes to the reality of political agenda gaps which exist between Europe and their partners in the southern neighborhood, for instance. These often diverging political agendas are not very much bridged. And the fact is that they do not match, or they do not pass the test, so to say, of reality when it comes to the expectations that they raise on both sides. And I think this is something that we need to truly integrate in the way we try to revitalize these migration partnerships to bring them to deliver concrete results. So for that, we have decided to focus particularly our approach on capacities and to also invite our partners to think beyond the traditional thematic labels that have been used not to undermine their importance, but to also add to that the labels such as asylum and international protection, migration and development, we're talking about sustainable development, and so on and so forth, and to focus on cross-cutting capacity drivers that we are looking into, which are multi-level governance, professionalization, modernization, and communication. I think that Marta was mentioning the changing the narrative and so on and so forth. This is something that we have been working on for a number of years. And it's important for us to basically have a very pragmatic approach to these migration partnerships, including this issue of communication migration, to actually create a common ground between all these partners. Because at the end of the day, we need to try to reconcile these expectations, which are often totally mismatched. But I will not go beyond that, but I'm very, very much interested to continue the discussions today. Thank you very much, Matteo.
Thank you so much, Simone, and thank you for being brief to the point and absolutely provocative in this attempt to bring us bring some cross-cutting issues to the fore. Let me give the floor to Filippo Di Robilant as the third speaker, and then I'll let Marta, and maybe if also Marina wants to reply, I'll let him, and then we'll take the second round of questions. So Filippo Di Robilant, yes. President of the Italian Foundation for the United World Colleges.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Now, may I start by saying that exclusion is costly, inclusion pays off for everyone. Who in their right mind, unless they're hypocrites, can deny that full inclusion of migrant communities in the welfare systems of hosting countries, as well as support for the economic potential, is not beneficial to countries both of origin and destination? So in that sense, I agree the narrative, we must really do a quality leap in the mainstream narrative. Now, I would like to highlight a few how would I say, way forwards. Given the time constraint, I will just indicate where to have a good look at them. And this is the recommendations that the working group on migration of T20 recently made for the G20 summit that took place in October in Rome. There's a host of very good recommendations. They concern governments, but they also concern other players. As Marta Foresti said local communities, mayors, governors. We have a number of experience that time has shown us are positive. Shelter city experience in America, human rights cities in Europe. And I agree, mayors, governors are local decision makers. But however, they do not take part in the national decision-making process, let alone the international one. This is one of the reasons why local administrators have organized themselves in networks, thematic networks, in order to have an impact, and this notwithstanding whatever the position of their national governments are. So this is something that should be valued. One of the things that, that is suggested in this in the T20 recommendation, and is closely connected to what I was just saying, is the role of return migrants networks and making them a building block of the post-pandemic development strategies in the countries of origin, in light of the increasing return migration and the challenges posed by the disruption of supply chains due to the pandemic. In this sense, the work that we must do with the diaspora must really have a quality leap effected. So institutions should help mobilize the financial capital accumulated through remittance flows. Remittances haven't been used effectively up to now. It's private money. This is why it's important to dialogue with diasporas in order to make them more useful, especially back home. The human capital developed through experience and training abroad, and the social capital through kin networks in the countries of origin. So I really invite you to go and see these recommendations. Professor Venturini and Martin Roos, who are here, work my colleagues as co-chair, and so thank you very much for the moment.
Thank you so much. So before opening up the floor to the second round questions, Marta and Marina, do you want to reply? Maybe Marta first on investments and so on.
Yes, I'll take a couple. Some from Professor Venturini and others, and actually you, Matteo, on the challenge or the recognition that the relationship between migration and development is not always necessarily positive. Of course not. I actually think one of the many things that we need to change and overcome is this framing that we're a little bit stuck with, that not just in relation to development, but generally on migration debate, that we have camps, you're either for and against, is either positive or negative. The notion of a nexus is, of course, is the interdependence and the fact that the effect that moving from one place to another can have on development locally for communities of origins, the role of remittances, all of that needs to be taken into account. There is nothing inherent that makes it positive. That's why I referred to the opportunities and the potential that we know is there in terms of fiscal contribution to the fiscal balance, or maximizing income, or the potential of remittances. These are all opportunities that, like most development practice, needs to be turned into reality by the how. So it's how programs are designed, how people are able to move, how remittances flows and the cost of them can be reinvested back in the countries of origin. So I'm not surprised at all. I don't think it's just a perception. I think it is definitely the case that in some cases moving from one place to the other can have a negative effect for the countries and communities of origins, which is why there is so much thinking going, for example, into skills partnership and skills exchanges and initiatives that are designed precisely to balance the need and the potential of the different communities of origins and destination. On private investment, which I think is a very interesting question, and I think it is, I wish it was all private investment. I think you're right. We are seeing a lot of private money or initiatives that are almost like piling up a little bit or adding up in different contexts that are now labeled as interventions aimed at some kind of positive outcomes on migration, or sometimes also reducing migration. To some extent, the challenge is not dissimilar to one that we've seen in the past in development, where different actors and private actors think about when Gates came in with all his money to do immunization, and it took a while to get, to create coordination and in a way harmony in a moving, landscape of funders. But when it comes to migration, one thing we could really do is to shift the attention, or to recognize that there is one thing to do, which may well be interventions to support particularly vulnerable communities through private funding of different kinds, working with civil society. But then there is the private investment, and that's where a lot more could be done. For example, in the European African space, more with the development banks and the investment banks on the kind of investments that are needed, where skills development, where exchanges, where moving can be part of a forward-looking agenda, for example, to sustain a green and just transition. So if I think that coordination, perhaps not of all kinds of funding, but the ones that is specifically directed at creating opportunities for local economic development, in which the movement from one place to the other, whether it is across borders or not, is taken into account as a factor that can facilitate positive outcomes, is something that I think we haven't, there hasn't been enough discussions on, and again is one where cities are taking some leadership in terms of attracting private funders. And to finish with cities, yes, cities do not have a seat at the table, you're absolutely right. They're asking for it, so these African and European cities are quite explicitly asking, if not next year, maybe from next year, to be part of the national delegations, for example, in the AU summit, and they've done so with the international community at the UN level. This is, and that's important, is only part of the story, because I think there is also something quite distinct that cities and mayors can do to support the role of national governments in doing different things. So rather than have decisions on migration policy, to make it a different...
Go to the point, sorry.
Yes, to make it a different proposition, so to try to handle the realities of population growth at the local level, rather than participate in migration policy making.
Sorry to cut you short, Mara. I just wanted to, again, open the floor, and we still have around 5 minutes. I think I'll steal a bit of time from the second session. And I have two speakers who wanted to come in. Amira Germasi, from head of the career centers in Tunis Business School. You have the floor. Please, if you can stick it to 3 minutes so that we can...
Sure. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me. So I'm from Tunisia. I am a university professor, and I was the former advisor to the Minister of Higher Education in charge of employability and the linkage between industry and university on the national level. And I work a lot on many projects, let's say, launched by IOM and other organizations, similar organizations. So I would like to come back to the low, let's say, economic perspective. So I would just take Tunisia as a showcase in terms of having, let's say, if there is the reason of the migration of our youth to Europe, it's these low, let's say, economic perspective caused by even low qualified or not qualified people. They are looking for Europe as an opportunity for them to get better life standards. But also we have another problem, and which can be a paradox, which is overqualified people. And what we mean by overqualified is they are not really matching to the private sector growth. I mean, the business or the private sector growth is not in alignment with the education that we are giving. In terms that, I will give you just a number. We have like the highest unemployment rate in biotech engineering, which it seems, I mean, really weird in terms if it's like an industry with a high potential in Europe, and in Tunisia we have the highest unemployed engineers. And so this is, we have to rethink in how to reskill these people, to give them the opportunities locally in their country. For the low and no qualified persons also, looking at Europe for the, let's say, the the best opportunity, and they dream of going there to have a better life, is just to provide them with the skills needed also in their local market. Is it a negative impact? Yes. I mean, from Tunisia perspective, yes, because we have more than 36% of engineers leaving each year to Europe. We have more than 35% of doctors going to Europe. So we are really having like a brain drain from Tunisia to Europe, knowing that 90% of our education system is a state education, so it's for free. So this is really something how we say that we are struggling with every day to maintain these people, to maintain these pool of talents in Tunisia. So this is how can I explain how long is this migration has a negative impact. And for the intervention of my neighbor here, so we had many programs dealing with the same, let's say, issue, the migration. And I noticed when I was in the government that there is no, let's say, good governance of all these projects, so many overlappings, many duplication, and not really, let's say, customized to the local needs of the country, maybe on the regional, let's say, view, but not locally. Once again, I think, if I can put this in one simple sentence, is really we need like upskilling people locally and reskilling them to be aligned to the local market needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This opens up a lot of questions that will feed into the second session. I'm sure we will be talking about that. So let me now try to close this session. If Marina, again, she's online, she wants to just briefly comment for 1 minute as a closing, just raise your hand. Otherwise, we will go to the close. But anyway, Mr. Koninkayeha, I hope that I pronounced it well, Dean of the Faculty of Education of University of Malta.
Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to just put two challenges in this discussion. One is a change of narrative, the use of crisis. And the use of crisis very often is adopted to show the crisis that a country experiences when there is an influx of very often irregular migration. And I would like to propose this change of narrative in the sense that we look at narrative in the sense of the pain that brings these irregular immigrants to our countries, and to support these people to be able to be welcomed into the countries. Let's remember that research, even though in our small research it came second, but research is overwhelmingly saying that most of the people that leave their country of origin is because of persecution. And unfortunately, these people will go from persecution to other forms of persecution. The other point I would like to make is the right to move from one country of reception to another. And I'm saying this because I know, for example, in my home country, Malta, I know of a lot of workers who are working in Malta but have no protection, no health protection, no education, no rights for anything, because they happen to have Italian papers. They come from Italy and come to Malta because they can find work, especially in the building industry. I would like just to say one episode that happened recently in Malta exactly because of this. A worker fell one story And the employer, the person who was the contractor that was employing him, he realized that this person is with Italian papers, so if he takes him to hospital, he will have to pay the full hospital bill. So he took him in his van, and he threw him on the road, not even on the pavement, on the road, so that anybody will think that he was run over by a car. And this and many other things are happening. I myself have accepted a student from Ghana, for example, who was in Italy with her parent to study. When we asked for her to be given free education, we can do that. They realized that she has Italian papers, so she cannot study in Malta. And obviously, we had to send her back, even though she was a very promising student.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your remarks. So it's my fault I didn't see another two speakers who wanted to join. So we agreed that before moving to the second session, I'll give 1 minute each to make their remarks. So Ms. Alvarez from the IOM Coordination Office for the Mediterranean, you have the floor.
Thank you, Matteo. I just wanted to build on what Marta was saying about perception, and I feel that another thing that we have to overcome to discuss about migration and development is the deeply rooted dichotomy in this discourse. Marta was highlighting the interdependency between migration and development, and the problem is that when we discuss this, normally partners are not perceived, or they don't perceive themselves to be on the same foot. So if we assume that the root causes of migration are located in geographies or societies that are different from ours, very far away, then that doesn't help. Or if we assume that countries are only sending migrants abroad or only receiving migrants, that doesn't help either. I think one of the things we have to look at is also policy coherence. And Marta was saying, okay, local authorities, they do not discuss about migration. They discuss about waste management, about fisheries, about sustainability. And I also feel that, yes, that's the way to go. Making sectoral policies more sensitive to migration issues and making migration policies more sensitive to development issues can help or can lead to that policy coherence. Thank you.
Thank you, Paola, for sticking to the allotted time. And let me close this session by giving the floor to Daniela Bernacchi, Executive Director at the UN Global Compact Network for Italy.
Thank you, Matteo. Just two suggestions for the people here today. The first one is that it's true there are many people overqualified that are here in Italy as migrants, and they are working in a very simpler and poor condition. One issue is that our bureaucracy needed to go through a streamline in the process of recognizing the top quality level of education some migrants have, because if not, they will never find a job properly to the preparation they do have. So one issue is work with university and with the administration in order to have their degree recognized. The other issue is the task we work with companies that the private sector has in the inclusion of migrants people. And of course it's a responsibility, and I understand many companies have a cultural I would say, approach that is not very open, but there is also the cost of the inclusion. We did a research on our companies, and the main issues were languages constraints, so they have to invest a lot in order that they could teach Italian to people, but also the lack of fiscal advantages in hiring these migrants. So I think one of the issues is cultural, as I said, but there is also the lack from the states of investing in the cohesion and inclusion of these people. And it's a real pity, because with all these competencies built, we could also answer to the question Matteo was saying of the negative impact in the origin country. Well, it's not true. If we create competency and we give a push to the circular migration of competency, then the origin country can also benefit from these people maybe going back for work, or also sharing their competencies. We have a lot of small entrepreneurs here that are investing in their origin country because they built their competency here. So this is an issue that goes far beyond remittance. It's a migration of knowledge, I would say.
Thank you, thank you. This links clearly closely to the second session, so this leads us to this. But let me first give you some logistical notes. I didn't tell you beforehand, but I must apologize, we're not going to have a coffee break. Due to COVID reasons, we cannot really leave the room until we go to lunch, but I promise you we will go to lunch, okay? So afterwards, I give you direction for that. And I know that you're all upset about this, but I'm sorry, but that's the rules that we have to follow. So again, I think we managed to almost stay within the time allotted, and so I'm quite glad if we can move to the second slides, right? So let me start again by giving you just again a few insights of what you told us on legal channels of migration. So I'll skip the first slide, which was about what affects migrants choosing regular and irregular channels, but let's see. Again, somebody was talking about the fact, possibly Marta, but I think we all acknowledge this. The problem with migration governance, but also with migration policies in general, is that we are very focused on short-term reactive policies. And clearly, again, we are constantly focusing on irregular movements and border management, which doesn't mean that it's not an issue, but we tend to skip a lot of other absolutely important parts. Filippo Di Robiland was talking about earlier, for instance. And that's the case. So we ask you this: what do you expect migration policies of destination countries, made in destination countries in the Mediterranean, to become in the future? Will they become more restrictive or more open over the next decade? And you, as a group, expected them to become a bit more open for students and entrepreneurs, and a bit more restrictive for family members. I think Professor Venturini, if I'm not mistaken, you were talking about also reunification, and that's an interesting trend, also an issue. And for workers, overall, we expect the trend just to become a bit more liberal, but not much. And that might be an issue. Ms. Granazzi was actually talking about the brain drain issue. But again, linking the two together, we asked you which of these policies on legal channels should be prioritized, and you all went with the issue of the moment, clearly, talent partnerships, which is the subject of a European Commission proposal this June, if I'm not mistaken, and it clearly overranked all the others. You all say they're all important, but it clearly overranked all the others. Then we see visa liberalization schemes, seasonal migration programs, labor migration quotas, and so on. And just to close this introduction, the final question was, what are the key determinants of success in skills mobility partnership schemes, so talent partnerships as well? And you said engagement of the private sector as first thing, and then matching of skills needs between partner countries. Again, it might be worth noting, even the matching of skills needs over time in order to foster sometimes circular migration for somebody who wants to come back home and feed it back and not just become a drain on the process. But it's, I think to me, it gives us a neat context for this session. So yes, we need more cooperation between countries. Talent partnerships, for those of you who are not aware, is simply trying to finance schemes that train people for vocational training and training in the countries of origin before departure, and then trying to open up a part, at least, of these trained people for legal channels for them to reach Europe. And so, again, I think this connects with the first speaker of the second session. I'll go with Mattia Di Salvo. He's a researcher at the Center for European Policy Studies in Belgium. And so, Mattia, you have the floor. And if you can upload the next slides.
Thank you very much, Matteo. And I also want to thank ISPI and IOM to organize this conference. Actually, yes, it very links well with the discussion on talent partnership. So today I will try to go through some observation on why a focus on skills and training can actually represent a way forward in migration policies of the EU, and especially in relation with the Mediterranean region. So different already important elements have been raised today. So also the main question from Matteo, why indeed migration can sometimes be not beneficial for the development of origin countries, in my opinion, is because the right incentives have not been created before for origin countries to really cooperate and getting on board on migration schemes, and also not concrete opportunity and valid alternatives for people across different skills levels have been created in order to, let's say, curb irregular migration. So the main idea of the talent partnership is to try to exploit shared needs between country of origin and destination, and to leverage on the difference in training cost to indeed foster human capital development. So this is the key aspect, and let's say draws upon the global skill partnership model. And the idea is that by training more people than, let's say, permits available under specific schemes, one can increase labor market outcomes of workers both in the origin country and in the destination countries. So in this sense, such a scheme, migration schemes that covers also human capital development can create the right incentives for origin countries to cooperate, but most importantly to involve the private sectors. So companies at origin and destination will be able, after the training is complete, to hire workers with the skills and competencies they are looking for in the labor market. So the dual track approach proposed by the global skill partnership model define training that's common to all the workers per departure, and then of course people moving in the destination countries can also undergo to specific trainings which can be tailored to the country of destination, so in terms of language, but also more specific requirement at occupational level. Besides the direct effect in terms of employability, such an approach can also help, let's say, harmonize the definition of skills and recognition, and also of prior learning that in country of destination of origin is very important. And also there will be an investment in training capacity in country of origin, so going beyond the simple mobility aspect and try to invest much more on human capital development. Moving away from a pure sectoral approach based on wide quotas, a focus on skills can of course also increase, let's say, the flexibility of future migration schemes. So first of all, skills can be beneficial to different industries, and it would be also possible to increased possibility for regional migration between different origin countries. There are already different projects like Match from IOM that involves several destination and origin countries. Looking more at the longer term perspective and considering the emerging needs driven by global transitions such as the green and digital, trying to interlink migration with human capital development can even make more sense because it will be possible to monitor emerging skills needs, implementing skills assessment and anticipation mechanisms in both countries, and therefore up and reskilling activities can be implemented also by looking at competencies that are necessary for the green transition. So in key sectors like agriculture and construction, for which we know there is a significant need for up and reskilling to face the green transition, there could be opportunity for also mobility to the EU. Employer association in both sectors faced constantly shortages to fill in, and this is not only limited to, let's say, the short-term needs, but also more medium to long-term needs in the EU. As you can see, job openings by 2030 are not only clustered to highly skilled occupation. The fourth category is elementary workers. So even though there will not be significant amount of new job created in this occupation, replacement needs are significant. At the same time, in country in the southern Mediterranean, low to medium skill occupations such as elementary workers, agricultural workers, or craft-related workers represent a significant share in the labor force, and therefore up and reskilling activity will be necessary anyway, and could indeed embed skills and competencies relevant for the future in terms of green transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mattia. Thank you so much for this interesting presentation and for sticking to the time allotted. So let me move very, very fast to Mr. Sabelo Mokazi, Head of Labor, Employment and Migration Division at the African Union Commission. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Since maybe I'm the sixth speaker, I will stand on the protocol that has already been established. So I would like to thank you for inviting the African Union Commission. We would like to also appreciate the opportunity and also and congratulate you for recognizing that the migration is actually an international or global phenomenon that requires a multi-sectoral or geopolitical response. I want to appreciate the great points that have been made by colleagues, but in our opening statement, we would like to observe and underscore that migration is a developmental issue that, if well managed, can yield extraordinary benefits both in the sending countries and also in the countries of destination. We also know that migration is not a problem to solve, but an opportunity to harness. We also know that African migration is predominantly intracontinental, almost 80% is within the continent. But we also acknowledge that Europe is a top destination for African outbound migrants. But then what is African Union doing to contribute to the subject that is being discussed today, especially the issue of migration, strengthening migration or regular migration pathways? AU in 2018 adopted the migration policy framework for Africa in 2018 that focuses on 8 pillars: the migration governance, labor migration and education, diaspora engagement, border governance, irregular migration, forced displacement, internal migration, and migration and trade. We focus on these areas. So these areas are also then assist the African Union to build the capacity of member states on migration management. We also would like to contribute to this forum, that the issue of migration policy processes and dialogue architecture, do we have the political will to deal with these issues? We've heard in many meetings that there's no political will, and the policy discourse is not moving up the hierarchy for better decision making. But we do have a biennial ministerial meeting for ministers that are responsible for migration and ministers of foreign affairs. But also annually, the ministers of foreign affairs, they meet the EU ministers of foreign affairs in a platform called Executive Council, where they take various decisions, including decisions on migration. Annual heads of state, also that is another opportunity. So the architecture is great, and I think there's an opportunity to improve the narrative on migration, especially the issue of regular migration pathways. What is it that is available that AU has put in place with regards to migration dialogues and cooperation? Yes, there's cooperation. We have a Continental Pan-African Forum for Migration, where we bring together all parties, all role players in the migration, but we also have EU-AU Migration and Mobility Dialogue, which is usually known as MMD. This is the platform where we have prioritized mainly three areas. We've prioritized the issue of diaspora engagement and issues of remittances. And the second one, we've prioritized information and intelligence sharing. And the third one is to look at issues of return, readmission, and reintegration. That is what AU at a continent-to-continent level is. These are the policy or thematic areas that we are discussing. But also, AU participate on what is known as Khartoum process, which involves EU and AU focusing on the Horn of Africa, but also Rabat process, which is the West Africa route, to analyze the West Africa route and come up with better policy propositions. But AU also has its own initiative, which is called AU Horn of Africa Initiative, where is an opportunity also to discuss issues of legal pathways or regular pathways. Maybe let me turn on to just one example. I have two examples that I can share with this forum. The example of policy intervention. Recently, between AU and AU, we commissioned a study on return, readmission, and integration. So this is another good example that shows the area of collaboration in order to further explore areas of common interest. But then I also want to share with you that with regards to Mediterranean and the Mediterranean route, but also with regards to the Libya situation or unstable situation, which has seen a number of irregular migration happening there. In 2017, the AU Abidjan Summit decided to establish AU, EU, and UN tripartite task force for stranded migrants and refugees in Libya, with the responsibility to save lives and to provide international protection and to enhance and accelerate assisted voluntary return efforts. But then, what is it that this has achieved? This tripartite platform, which includes AU, EU, and UN tripartite task force, to date has assisted about 50,000 migrants that were stranded in Libya and helped them to go back home. Another good example that I needed to share with this platform is that AU is actually operationalizing 3 centers on migration so that we can improve data, so that the policies can be driven by evidence. One of the migration centers is Africa Center for the Study on Research and Migration in Mali, in Bamako. Another one is African Migration Observatory, which is in Rabat, in Morocco. The third one is Continental Operational Center. These are the migration centers that will study the actual trends on the ground, but they've been given, idiosyncratic kind of responsibilities so that you can inform migration policy at AU. And then we hope that with the evidence, we can be able to formulate better or responsive policies on the ground. Let me close by indicating that as AU, we will be developing the return, reintegration, or readmission guidelines policy, which will also assist member states to be able, at the national level, to deal with the legal or, they say, regular migration pathways, and what to do if the migrants are returning to the country, and understand the whole discussion on return and integration. So these are the policy action that we will be pushing at African Union, but also the intra-regional migration and mobility and trade. This is what, through the platform, the Continental Free Movement Agenda and then CFTA. So I would like to close by saying we continue to work with all the partners, but also the EU, to be able to move forward, to change the narrative, so that it's a developmental narrative and forecast migration discourse. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bokazi. And I'll give you the floor to Ms. Gertrude Lanneux, Senior Regional Labour Mobility and Human Development Specialist at the IOM. If we manage to stick to the 8 minutes, then we will have 20 minutes for the discussion before breaking for lunch.
I will do my best, and please do stop me if I run over time. It's a real pleasure to be here today. My name is Geertre, and I work for IOM as a Labour Mobility and Human Development Specialist. The discussions so far, I think, have been really interesting, and as we heard this morning, migration can have a positive impact on development, but this is not automatic. This is something we really have to work towards, and for this we have to make sure that we have well-managed regular migration. Unfortunately, that's not always the case today. So far, a lot of the migration is still happening through irregular ways. Migrants face lots of risks during the journeys. They face risk also when they arrive. Cases of exploitation, we already heard examples like in Malta. Unfortunately, this still happens. This is rampant, and it's hard to say how such forms of migration would actually contribute to development or contribute to the human rights protection of migrants themselves. So in my point of view, there is a real effort to be done jointly to promote regular, well-managed pathways to Europe. And this so far hasn't been, let's say, in the focus of the attention. A lot of work has been done on, border management, return, basically even, questions on how can we prevent migration to Europe. Little work has been done in terms of thinking how can we better manage migration to Europe and how can we reap the benefits of that. And I'm happy to see that that's actually the focus of the discussion today. So I want to make a short pitch saying, first of all, why should we invest in this in the first place? Why do we need regular pathways to Europe? It might be evident to people here in the room. It's not really evident to, let's say, the larger public and even some of the politicians. And the second pitch, of course, is how should we do it? The million-dollar question. How can we actually have well-managed regular pathways to Europe that work and that benefit the countries of origin, the countries of destination, and the migrants? So I'll start with the first point on the why. I think Mattia already, gave us an overview of, what are the jobs we expect, to be filled in Europe in the coming years. We also all know that European populations are aging, and to give you a quick number of that, by 2070, over 30% of the European population is forecasted to be over 65 years old. I think that's quite clear that, this will have repercussions on the labor market. We will have skill shortages, and even alone, the need for more caregivers to address, the needs of an aging population is at the forefront. At the same time, we also have this digital transition, the green transition. Certain jobs will disappear, new jobs will come. So we have to look at what that implies for us. Now, at the same time, we see this irregular migration that, continues to happen, and the lack of actual channels for people to migrate to Europe legally, although there might be opportunities for them there. We see that in many cases, people arrive irregularly to work, perhaps without work permits. People arrive perhaps on a tourist visa to then be employed in the agricultural sector. I think there is really a way to deal with this in a better way to make sure people can access regular migration channels for labor migration and otherwise. So there have been some positive initiatives. We already heard about the talent partnerships that were announced in the EU Pact on Migration of Asylum and also formally launched June this year. This is a real opportunity. This is an opportunity to think how can we design a good model. But of course, it is not so easy to make this work, and I wanted to come with maybe just a few suggestions, a few recommendations on how to make sure that future talent partnerships, but more broadly, regular pathways to Europe are actually effective. The first point I would like to recommend is that such pathways, such partnerships really have to be demand-driven and looking at, first of all, what are the needs of the employers, for example, in Europe, but also what are, the labor market situations and dynamics in countries of origin, what are the supplies of skills available, what are the needs also in countries of origin for skills, and how can we design a model around that. If we don't start from that, such partnerships or projects are hardly sustainable. There have been a number of legal migration pilot projects, many from North Africa to Europe. Few of them have been sustainable in the long run because they're heavily subsidized and they're not really grounded in, long-term systems that match with the needs of the private sector. So this is a first part to make sure pathways are sustainable, and we can also look for that at existing migration corridors. Secondly, of course, we have to look for real, genuine partnerships, and the skills mobility partnership model has already been mentioned here. It means we also invest in skills for, migrant workers and workers who stay within their countries of origin. So the genuine partnership is important. We're not just looking at what we need in Europe, we're also considering what is needed in countries of origin and how can we all win from a model like a skills mobility partnership. I would say for this also you need proper frameworks, and bilateral labor migration agreements are one tool for that. Together with ILO, IOM actually also designed a guidance that will be soon launched in terms of, comprehensive labor migration agreements. Third, and a very important point, any regular pathway, any pathway for labor mobility should be rights-based. Ensuring the rights of migrant workers from the recruitment until the employment, possibly even the return. This is really crucial, and unfortunately there are just too many cases of exploitation of migrant workers still in Europe, partially because there are not sufficient legal channels, but even if there are legal channels, still there are cases where, for example, migrant workers pay for recruitment costs, asked by recruitment agencies. How can we avoid that? Migrant workers who do not enjoy, equal pay, or who not have, decent working conditions. So this is something we need to tackle, and there can be very simple measures like, for example, ensuring migrant workers have the right to change employer. That's not always the case. Many regular pathways are still linked to, migrant workers being attached to a specific employer, and this can create situations of abuse, but also, how can we strengthen, for example, the role of the European Labour Authority in this. Maybe a last point on, successful regular pathways. A regular pathway is one thing, but of course it has to be followed also with, support for inclusion of migrants and migrant workers. And someone already referred to that, saying exclusion is always costly, inclusion always pays off. I would fully agree to that. And it's not just a point of, supporting migrant workers to come in. It's also how are we looking at inclusion? How do we combat xenophobia? How do we combat discrimination in our societies? So all in all, I think there's a lot of work to be done to have more and better regular pathways to Europe so that we can really say that migration, has a positive impact on development. And for this, I think we need a joint response. Public authorities, governments in Europe, in Mediterranean countries, in African countries, civil society, private sector. We all need to work together to promote well-managed and sustainable regular pathways to Europe. So I hope the discussion today can be a start to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are actually short of time because I have 5 speakers already who are already competing for this time. So I'm moving straight away to them in order. I'm sorry for this. Usually I have to fill words after waiting for people, but actually we have many. So I'll just switch online to Karen Whiting, Deputy Representative to Italy, the Holy See and San Marino for UNHCR. Karen, if you can, stick to 3 minutes so that we can all speak.
So thank you very much for the opportunity to intervene. As many of you will know, in the years that followed the 2016 New York Declaration for Refugees and Migrants, there's been a surge of commitment for resettlement and complementary pathways, with safe and legal pathways for admission of refugees to third countries. A wide range of stakeholders have piloted complementary pathways, programs like private or community sponsorship, the Humanitarian Corridors program pioneered by Italy, education corridors that enable refugees to access scholarships, and labor pathways, although as I will go on now, perhaps a little bit less successfully. I'd like to focus my intervention on labor pathways, not to oversimplify things, because it could help resolve 2 important gaps. Firstly, over 82 million forcibly displaced persons worldwide need access to dignified, productive, and decent work. And secondly, as just mentioned by the interveners before me, many countries, including those of the Mediterranean region, rely on immigrants to fill talent gaps and renew their workforce, in many cases due to demographic changes. But despite the opportunities that labor pathways offer both to refugees and to receiving societies, there are a number of challenges that need to be overcome. Firstly, the systems that facilitate refugee access to complementary pathways, like labor pathways, are less developed than those that support resettlement. Refugees face legal, administrative, and practical obstacles to access labor mobility schemes, including eligibility criteria, financial and documentary requirements, as well as challenges obtaining exit permits or finding information on employment opportunities. Importantly, refugees also have particular protection needs and cannot be returned to their country of origin at the end of an employment contract. And then finally, current systems with the registration systems of UNHCR, but also countries of asylum, are not currently designed to capture holistic information on refugees' profiles, skills, and knowledge that would facilitate their matching with employment opportunities in third countries. While there are a number of partnerships that link various actors, including the private sector, civil society, and educational institutions that help us to overcome these obstacles, such as the Global Task Force on Refugee Labor Mobility with Canada as a lead, as well as a recently formed innovation lab created by the Global Solidarity Fund, 10th Partnership for Refugees, and Goal 17, there are still, I think, there's a lot of work to be done. As such, while the presenters have already provided some very interesting information on labor pathways and labor migration, I'd like to ask the interveners if they had suggestions on how we might better grow labor pathways for refugees or include refugees in existing partnerships and models. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Karen. Indeed, this is an important policy question. But again, I hope that we can manage to go back to the speakers. Let's see. Next in line is Martin Roos, Chairing Migration Studies and Deputy Director of the Migration Policy Center at the European University Institute. So thank you, Martin. You have the floor.
Thank you. One of the benefits of speaking is you can take your mask off for just a minute. I just want to make a brief point about the politics of expanding legal labor migration pathways. And so I suppose the simple observation is that we've talked about this for a long time, right? We've talked about expanding labor migration pathways for many years. And it hasn't happened. Of course, Europe has labor immigration programs, but these are based on a narrow national interest approach, based on discussions about shortages. So it seems to me that if we want to expand these pathways, it's critically important that we ask ourselves, what's going to change? What are the political dynamics around labor migration policies that are going to change, that are going to enable us to expand these pathways? So we need the good ideas that in theory everybody wins, but obviously, I mean, it's an obvious point, think about the politics as well. And I think there's 3 areas or 3 windows of opportunity where that might actually happen, and that's important to think about. One is labor migration around COVID, the COVID pandemic. So I think there's now more talk about essential services, the role migrants play as providers of essential work. And I think there are political opportunities around legalization, around opening legal pathways specifically to facilitate that. The second obvious point that we've talked about today as well is legal labor migration pathways as part of policy cooperations between European and non-EU countries. So is opening up legal migration pathways one of the ways in which these cooperations can be facilitated. And third, I think, goes back to the issue of skills partnerships. I mean, one way of escaping the current frame of labor shortages and difficult debates about do we need migrants or not in what sectors is to reframe the policy altogether as one that's not only a labor immigration policy, but also a development policy. So I think that reframing is very, very important, because I'm concerned that if we keep talking about the strict labor immigration policy, and if the political dynamics around some of those decisions at member state level don't change, then the good ideas won't actually be translating into actual policy making on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Brief and to the point. It's interesting to note how it's so hard to then, you stimulate the debate around the necessity of key workers, but in the end, even Italy sometimes fails to, tries to regularize them and then somewhat stumbles in the process. Let me move to Mr. Martin Doucet, Consular and Migration Program Manager at the Embassy of Canada in Italy.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you to all the participants for a very interesting discussion. Canada is always very interested, not part of the Mediterranean. I wish Canada was part of the Mediterranean. In my hometown, it's -7 and snowing today. But we are extremely happy to see these kinds of dialogue and see projects taking shape in the Mediterranean, between Europe, both sides of the Mediterranean, to shape up programs that will create more legal economic pathways for migrants. I'd like to share a little bit of the experience of Canada on one of our many legal pathways to migrate to Canada. A couple of years ago, we've created an economic mobility pathway for refugees to tap on the skills of refugees to answer some of the labor needs of the labor market in Canada. We've completed the first phase of that pilot, and we're launching the second phase this fall, and we're committed to bring to Canada 500 skilled refugees to Canada over the next 2 years, possibly coming from this region. We intend, if the project goes well, and we're very confident that it's going to go well, that we'll be able to scale up that project quite rapidly and to create another fairly large legal economic pathways for refugees. It's working well, and I wanted just to pick up on many of the excellent interventions that we had today, and one of them was saying about changing the narrative. In the first phase of our pilot, what we've discovered and what we need to improve for the next phase is that we're lacking data about who they are and what skills. And I welcome the intervention of Mr. Di Salvo, who was mentioning the importance of identifying the skills of the migrants. They're not only migrants, they're chemists, they're accountants, they're nurses. And having better data about who they are in terms of their professional skills will help us to make better match, quicker match with the labor needs, and will at the same time change the narratives. It's not that many migrants that are trying to cross the Mediterranean. They are accountant, engineers, nurses, and so on. So even for the public perception, knowing who they are professionally will change the narrative and will bring us closer to make better match for economic pathways. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting insight. Let me move to Mr. El Sayed Torki, Senior Advisor for the Federation of Egyptian Industries.
Thank you so much. I'd like to share with you very briefly our practical experience in this issue in Egypt. The Federation of Egyptian Industries have around 120,000 member companies. We believe in the important role of the private sector to prevent irregular migration and empower existing migrants in Egypt. We have launched an initiative last year with a specific focus on vulnerable groups and vulnerable areas in Egypt. And since since November 2020 till now, we have trained and hired around 500 women in the vulnerable areas in Egypt. The point is not only to offer training opportunities for them, but to offer a real decent job opportunities, where we have provided them with training, meals, transportation, insurance, and decent salaries. Starting last April, we have a good cooperation with the IOM Cairo office, where we have launched a pilot project to train 100 migrants and 100 youth from the hosting communities. We find that it was not easy to find the migrants, to find the employers who are ready to train them for 4 months, in spite of lacking of necessary skills. But last few days ago, we have finished the 4 months, and now we are in the process of hiring them. So now we face another challenge, which is a legal challenge concerning obtaining working permits for existing migrants, because the Egyptian law allow to bring migrants from outside Egypt. Migrants or refugees, Egyptian law is treating them as foreigners. So foreigners should be to have a working permit in Egypt to be brought from outside Egypt. This is the first thing. And then the cost of obtaining the working permits is so high. So it is if you pay for a simple worker, migrant worker, or a doctor or an engineer, it is the same price. But for the engineer, compared to his salary, it will not be expensive for him. So we find that we need a network of smart partnerships where each stakeholders identify its role in order to have a successful scheme for empowering economically and socially migrants. Finally, we have talked about sustainability and SDGs and migration. We need to address the private sector to reallocate part of its CSR funds, which is billions of dollars in Egypt, towards empowering youth of migrants and address part of their creating new job opportunities programs towards migrants, existing migrants in Egypt. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's always important to listen from experience on the ground, so thank you for bringing that to the floor. So I'm sorry, but I'm going to take the next 4 speakers already, and then I'm closing the floor. So just to enumerate them, I have Bram Froese, then I will have Eva Martin online, Marcello Scalisi, and then closing with Filippo Di Robilan. And then, I'm sorry, I hope that we have just a minute or two to reply for you as, say, speechers, but my first important point is to bring everyone to the floor. So, Bram Froese, head of the Migration Center in Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Matteo, and thanks to the organizers. A really interesting discussion so far. I think we all agree that there should be more channels for regular migration, more regular channels for migration. And I think we've all been in many meetings where everybody in the room agreed on that point. I also think no one is in favor of irregular migration, as that's where the most serious abuses against refugees and migrants take place and where the rule of law is undermined. Even though we have to acknowledge that sometimes irregular migration can be the only way to find safety. But I think many challenges remain, even though there are glimmers of hope, like Marta was saying, Germany, the new coalition government, trying to scale up on regular migration. But it's not sufficient, in my opinion. And yes, there are good initiatives, but I feel we're still in this sort of vicious cycle of an eternal small-scale pilots when it comes to regular labor migration. And there's a real lack of political will, of courage and leadership to scale it up. And I think one of the big elephants in the room is the issue of returns, where we see that countries of origin often don't want to cooperate with returns if they're not getting more access to legal channels, to work visa. And on the other side of the table, we see countries of destination that don't want to create more legal channels if they don't get more reassurances on cooperation on returns. So I think we're really in a gridlock there that seems to be hard to break. And a couple of other challenges. I think there are employers, businesses in certain sectors that might actually prefer irregular migration as it can be cheaper. So even if all the evidence points to the value of regular migration, regular pathways, how do we translate that really into political will? And how can we overcome some of these, in my opinion, quite fundamental challenges? Because there's a huge irrationality in the current model when it comes to migration. We see massive amounts spent on migrant smugglers. We see on this other side massive amounts spent on keeping migrants out. Massive amounts on subsidies to businesses and sectors in Europe that then undermine the viability of businesses in Africa. Massive loss of tax incomes due to irregular work. If you all add it up, it just doesn't make sense economically, and it doesn't make sense humanely. And I think it is possible to change, to make migration policies more rational, more humane. I think the ideas are all there. There are great agreements like the Global Compact for Migration, but it's all on paper. It's to a large extent in principle and in theory, but it really lacks implementation. And it's not easy, but as I said, I think it needs political courage, it needs long-term vision, it needs innovation, and it needs evidence. But I still struggle with seeing how all of this really translates into action to create more regular pathways. And I would really like to hear more ideas from the experts in the room. I know we're running out of time, but if there's any way to continue this conversation and share more ideas, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Bram. Absolutely. Maybe not right now, but during lunch for those who are here, and maybe through mail for those who are online. So let me give the floor to online to Ivan Martin, Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South in Morocco. Ivan, you have the floor. Please stick it, if you can, to 2 minutes so that we can all take part in this.
Thank you. I'm also professor at the University Pompeu Fabra in Barcelona. Thank you, Matteo. Yes, I have quite a few points, but I will limit myself to two very concrete points on regular pathways, and mainly taking up on the last intervention by Bram and the former ones by Gertrude and by Martin Roos. I mean, first thing, you have been referring to the talent partnerships, which is, of course, one of the main international cooperation innovations proposed by the European Commission in this field. And I just would like, in line with your discussion before, I would like to propose a reformulation of the name of those schemes and replace talent partnerships, which reminds too much of the rush for talents, which has been shaping the global discussion on international labor migration, by human capital development partnerships. And this would underline and make clear what we are dealing with and add the development dimension, as Martin Roos was asking, to the purely labor migration dimension, which seems to be prevailing so far, also in the pilot projects mentioned before. The second point has to do, we are in a Mediterranean forum, and I don't forget that I just came back last week from Tunisia, but we are also in the midst of the conference on the future of Europe launched by the European Commission. And I think one of the major dysfunctionalities so far, Martin was referring to that before, is the fact that the European Union is trying to develop the joint migration policy, but actually in the field of labor migration, admission policy remains at member states level, admission of foreign workers policy. So I would propose, I know that the political context is not the best for one, it would be a big leap forward, but this has happened in other fields of economic policy in Europe. I would really propose, and I think this would be a big step forward, to transfer the competence and the power to admit foreign workers to the European Union level. And this would allow, first, to overcome the very wrong politicization of migration policy in all member states right now, and to bring it back to the more technocratic level of policy making on the basis of needs and the interest of different stakeholders. Second, it would be fully in line with the single market development within the European Union in many fields, including in the field of labor market, which is less developed than in other fields, but this would be fully in line with that. And this would also allow the European Commission to develop this holistic and comprehensive migration cooperation framework with third country partners, including Mediterranean partners, which it cannot do now, because actually the right and the competence to provide and to offer legal pathways to migration still lies with member states. I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. Thank you for sticking with the time. So a feasible proposal and a very, very difficult proposal. So let me move to the second to last speaker, Mr. Marcello Scalisi, the director of the Mediterranean Universities Union. You have the floor.
Grazie, Matteo. Thank you very much. I would like just to mention the potentiality in this topic of universities and the role that they could play on this, and in particular networks around the Mediterranean region. UNIMED is a network of Euro-Mediterranean universities. We have 144 universities from 23 countries around the Mediterranean region. And in particular, we have a sub-network of universities interested to work together on migration issues, and we have 50 universities related to such sub-network. I think that university can do a similar initiative like the cities, in particular, how to not only to provide a better education, to provide, to reform curricula on migration issues, but in particular to work on the concept of solidarity about migration. If you see several research projects funded by European Commission, they are mostly EU-based, and I think that it could be extremely important to change this perspective and to work on the Mediterranean perspective about migration, and also to think about how to include this Mediterranean strategy looking at Africa, because obviously also the North African countries are affected by, in some way, migration, and also how to include the diaspora, in particular researchers from North Africa and Middle East in this perspective. Obviously, looking at the importance of this conference about the future of Europe, probably in particular on migration issue, could be interesting also to see about the future of the Mediterranean, looking at the current instability of several southern Mediterranean countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Scalisi. Let me move to the last speaker, Filippo Robilant, if you want, and if you can stay to 2 minutes.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Let's see if we can manage to give the reply to them.
Thank you, Chair. No, I agree with what I've heard, all I've heard today. Just two urgencies I see. One, provide income support for migrants, predictably and regularly, as an effective tool to increase access to essential social services, such as education and health, whether in pandemic times or not. Secondly, reduce migrants' vulnerabilities. In countries of origin, short-term migrants need improved training and more substantial reintegration service. In receiving countries, the development and implementation of standard employment contracts and access to health insurance. This can improve the work and living conditions, especially of female migrants. The complexity of the phenomenon, however, needs bold solutions, and in order to avoid being dismissed as blah, blah, blah by you-know-who, I think we have the onus of finding the key to the problem. Let's face it, risk-taking is inherent to migration. The COVID-19 pandemic has only made it even riskier. However, migration will continue to be part of our lives, whether we like it or not only for those for whom migration embodies the promise for a better and brighter future. We saw this from the survey we carried out today in a very clear way. Thank you.
Thank you, Filippo, for this. And so, going for a close, I will let Ms. Lanneux take up the job for replying for all the panel. No, but really, just some closing remarks, and then we'll move to lunch.
No, I think most were also contributions from other experts rather than questions. So maybe just a very quick reflection on behalf of the panel. Labor pathways for refugees, complementary pathways to resettlement for people in need of protection. Very important indeed, and I think something that's gaining momentum. Also from IOM side, we'll be launching a new program soon to promote labor mobility pathways for people in need of international protection, working with 4 countries in Europe. So definitely it's a priority for us as well. Now, in terms of reframing the discussions and going beyond the box of migration policy, looking also at development policy. This is very important, but I would say even beyond development policy, like we see an opportunity to also look at, the current policies around business and human rights and how to reflect that on protecting migrant workers. For example, there is a new also EU directive in the making on sustainable corporate governance that is an opportunity to see how we also enhance responsibilities of EU-based companies in terms of protection of migrant workers in their operations and supply chains globally. So yeah, we have to look at these different policies, not just the migration part. And finally, the idea of bringing more competencies on labor migration and admission of migrant workers to the EU. Yes, that's of course an ideal scenario. It's on our wish list. Of course, the framework is very fragmented now with, a few directives here and there on very, specific issues. There's no holistic framework, but unfortunately also no political will right now to transfer such competences to the EU. I think the fact that it took so many years to even come to a revision of the Blue Card Directive shows that it's very hard to get a consensus of EU member states on these topics. But yeah, let's keep it as an ideal scenario in mind. Thank you so much, and I'll stop there.
So what can I say to close this? Thank you so much for coming here today or being present online. It's been like a whirlwind of ideas. It's really, you acknowledge, you realize that you didn't save enough time for the conference just later on. We probably next year will do the double of the time so that we can really get deeper into policy matters. But it's been very important for me, for sure, and I hope for you as well to come together and first of all see each other again, and then discuss crucial, eternal maybe, and recurring, but clearly key policy problems around migration and, governance of migration in the Mediterranean. So with that in mind, lunch is served on the ground floor for those who are here, and we are now at -3, so you just go up 1 floor and you can take the elevator up. So I'll see you at ground floor, and thank you really for joining us.
Bye. Yes, me lion. Yeah, me Rasta. And I just come to check out the club, you know. Yeah, man. So what? You know, come. How who play there? The name of the band. Them name of Carter, man. Never heard. Just come in with them and go check them out. Yeah, man. Walking on the moon or something like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Adel Hamazia, here today representing Chatham House's MENA program, but my claim to fame, my primary affiliation today is being a close friend of ISPI's. I would like to welcome you all to the third edition of the Youth Forum contest, co-organized by the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation and ISPI. Prior to taking you through the structure, the sequencing for today, where we'll be hearing about entrepreneurial, creative destruction, SDG-centered and centric thematics and projects and solutions, I'd have the great pleasure of honoring and welcoming the Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Luigi Di Maio, to the stage for opening remarks. As a Brit, albeit a dual national, I must also bow my head and congratulate you on Italy's win against England earlier this year with the football. Benvenuto sul palco. Grazie.
Thank you very much, and distinguished guests, young leaders, ladies and gentlemen. It is a genuine pleasure for me to introduce this initiative today. Let me thank ISPI and all the institutional sponsors, the OECD, UNIDO, the representation in Italy of the European Commission, Assocamere Estere, and the Boston Consulting Group for making this third Young Youth Forum possible. Transition is the main theme of the year's Med Dialogues, and young people are the driving force of change. For this reason, we feel the duty and responsibility to involve them in defining the ways to address current challenges. I'm thinking in particular of challenges that most directly affect our common future and the future of our planet, such as climate change and economic and social transformations. In this crucial year of post-pandemic recovery, Italy has played a key role as presidency of the G20 and as co-chair with the United Kingdom of the COP26, and has been resolute in putting young generations at the center of the multilateral agenda. In the G20 framework, we have focused the three pillars, people, planet, and prosperity, and our endeavors for a better recovery around the needs and expectations of young people, actively engaging with them in the Youth 20 process. In the framework of the COP26, we welcomed in Milan about 400 young representatives from all over the world for the Youth for Climate event held back-to-back with the works of the pre-COP 26. It has been a unique opportunity for the young generations to drive the ambitions of world leaders. It is also no coincidence that we have placed young people at the center of Italy's contribution to the Conference of the Future of Europe. Last week, we hosted in Rome the EU-Balkan Youth Forum, bringing together young representatives from the area to work on specific topics including environment, climate change, and circular economy. Today, also as a contribution to the Conference on the Future of Europe, we focus on another geographical dimension that is even closest to us. We are delighted to host young people from the Mediterranean region as we cherish the opportunity to exchange ideas and proposals aimed at creating an area of shared prosperity. Indeed, citizens, and in particular young citizens, are the main drivers for building a common belonging between the two shores of the Mare Nostrum. People under the age of 25 currently account for about half of the MENA region population and are the real and main agents of change, a change leading to a more prosperous and predictable future for themselves and their communities. The active participation of young generations in the political and democratic processes in some MENA countries testifies their ambition to drive and shape their future. However, unleashing the full potential of young people in the region requires significant investments to create opportunities for learning, for social and civic engagement, and for employment. In this spirit, the promotion of students' mobility and academic cooperation has always been a key pillar of Italy's relations with MENA countries. We want to invest more in this crucial area. Nearly 1,000 cooperation agreements are currently in force between Italian and universities of the region. Last year, over 13,000 students from the area enrolled in the Italian higher education system. This year, many students enrolled in the Italian universities thanks to scholarships funded by the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, account for about 30% of total fellowships awarded to foreign students. Many students are also actively participating in the program Invest in Your Talent in Italy that we launched in 2006 in collaboration with the Italian trade agency Unitalia, Unioncamera and Confindustria, and in partnership with leading Italian companies. Our efforts are part of a common endeavor to relaunch the partnership between Europe and its broader southern neighborhood to tackle together common challenges and transform them in opportunities for the common benefit. Indeed, as we discussed with European and Mediterranean foreign ministers in Barcelona earlier this week, we cannot look at the future of Europe without linking the future of the Mediterranean to the European destiny. Last February, the European Union launched a new agenda for the Mediterranean and an ambitious economic and investment plan for the region worth 7 billion euros, which stand as a blueprint for our common path based on the preservation and promotion of the Mediterranean common goods. Sharing their benefits and working together to fulfill our new agenda will be key for us to achieve prosperity through sustainable development. The environment is certainly one of the most important Mediterranean common goods as it affects societies across political, economic, and social dimensions. The title of today's event, Green and Sustainable Solutions for the Futures, reminds us of the pressing nature of the challenges we face in this regard. Innovative ideas by young generations are pivotal to address these challenges, and we are proud to reward them today in a true spirit of Euro-Mediterranean partnership. This is part of Italy's leading commitment to foster and support innovation at the global level as the drive to sustainable development and growth. Last October, in the framework of our G20 presidency, we launched in Sorrento the G20 Innovation League to provide a platform where startups, investors, corporates and policymakers can come together to devise and discuss solutions to some of the most urgent needs of our societies. Let me also add that in a few weeks we will officially open InnovIT, the Italian Innovation and Culture Hub in San Francisco. Indeed, from the painful experience of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have learned the importance of innovative ideas for sustainable growth and inclusive societies. In this respect, let me stress that the digital and green transitions must be the cornerstone of our common strategies, as they are closely interconnected. New digital means will be crucial in helping mitigating the effects of climate change while offering new opportunities for social and economic inclusiveness. Through your new ideas and valuable projects, you are therefore contributing to reducing economic inequalities, reducing the impact of climate change, and promoting a social culture based on tolerance and inclusiveness. The Mediterranean has a long and rich history of shared innovation. We learn from history that when the people of the two shores have been able to cooperate, human creativity and innovation have blossomed. Throughout history, exchanges of ideas and knowledge by young people across the region have left a distinctive mark in our shared culture and civilization. Therefore, my message to you today is we count on you. We are here to listen to your confidence, your hope, and your ambitions. We aim at bold outcomes in our endeavor to build our common future, and no one can be as ambitious as young people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for the wonderful remarks that speak to the heart of the relationship between the two shores, connected perennially and forevermore. Since its first edition in 2015, the RoMed Conference has promoted the Youth Forum with the purpose of gathering young, promising leaders distinguished for their innovative ideas and projects. This year, it is proud to be hosting a third edition of, as you're aware, the Youth Forum Contest, Green and Sustainable Solutions for the Future. These are, of course, anchored around the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, and 3 SDGs in particular have been, we've anchored this particular initiative around. Those being clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, responsible consumption and production. And of course, these are very key and central themes, particularly in the Mediterranean. For me, the region's entrepreneurial spirit, sometimes we could say we had almost a cultural amnesia when you think about the traders of Hadramaut that used to travel across North Africa, MENA, to as far afield as East Timor, where the president was, of course, of Hadrami origins. So this entrepreneurial nous, this spirit, has been, it's in the DNA of this region, but it has to be unleashed, harnessed, and fulfilled. And unfortunately, sorry to bring a little bit of negativity in, firm level dynamics have been quite weak in the region in terms of firm growth, the incentive to become formal, the incentive to informalize, and then the challenges, of course, to grow into that middle, or that missing middle that we have in much of the Mediterranean, particularly in North Africa and the Levant, if I may say so. It's a sine qua non entrepreneurship, creating jobs, prosperity, and of course, quote unquote, leveraging transitions, be them energy, climate, youth, demographic, or otherwise. This event would have not been possible, and I'm just echoing the Minister, but doing it from my side, with the significant support and contributions of the Youth Forum partners, the representation of Italy to the European Commission, the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, hi Miriam, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, Asocamarestro, I hope I didn't butcher that, that was good? Perfect. Out of 10? Perfect, thank you. And Boston Consulting Group, BCG. In total, we had 52 applications which were submitted, received, and assessed by a panel of jurists. Following this, the top 15 projects were selected and underwent training and vocational guidance opportunities before resubmitting their projects, so refining and more. These were then whittled down to a final 8. So yes, we are now here at the quarterfinal stage, but there won't be a semi-final. We'll be going from quarterfinal straight to the final. It is now my honor to leave the stage to the 8 finalists of this year's Forum Contest to present their innovative projects selected. But just before I call up our first colleague from Egypt, Masar Dunya, just to tell you a little bit about the structure. So the structure of the panel is organized in alphabetical order, where each participant will have around 5 minutes to present their projects, followed by a maximum 3 minutes period of Q&A from the jury. Short questions, short answers. They say this is a Da Vinci quote, but simplicity is indeed the ultimate sophistication. So short and sweet, may I request. And as a reminder, after all of the presentations are over, the audience will be asked to cast an online vote for the best project. The online vote will be pooled, weighted nicely, with the jury vote and the live audience vote to pick the winner through valence and diversity. So we now kick off with the contest proper. I'd like to welcome Mohamed Abdurrabbo to the stage to present his Gut'i project from Egypt. And could we start with a round of applause, everybody, to get this started? After you. I shall give you a 60 seconds warning when you're at 4 minutes.
In fact, my name is Mahmoud Abdurrabbo.
Mahmoud Abdurrabbo, shukran. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mahmoud Abdurrabbo. I am from Egypt. Our project is Gut'i.org. The problem of freshwater shortage is the most serious challenge facing countries in Middle East and North Africa. During the last decade, this problem became critical and serious. because of two reasons. One is the growth in population, and second is climate change. And in such militarized zone like Middle East, aggressive wars can start because of conflict on water, especially in Nile Basin and also between the 5 countries of Jordan Basin. Freshwater shortage has 2 solutions. One is water filtration, which comes with very high costs. The second is water management and balancing consumption. Gutai project is investing in water management to balance consumption and reduce wasted water. And it will be effective in regions with poverty in fresh water. Gutai project is investing in water management to balance consumption and reduce wasted water. Wasting fresh water is a serious problem. According to the US Environmental Protection Agency, the average family can waste about 7 liters of fresh water per week. This means more than 30,000 per year for one family. Gutai is a software to be integrated with digital water meter in houses and other buildings. It monitors water pressure and water consumption, then it analyzes them using artificial intelligence. Gutai as software has main 4 capabilities. First is monitoring water usage and water flow. Second is discovering little leaks and huge leaks made by explosions. Third is warning user if a leak occurred. Fourth is executing a stop of water flow if a huge amount of water is being wasted. Besides these technical capabilities, Gutai as a civil organization has the main 4 objectives. First is raising the awareness of citizens of how much water they may waste and how important is every drop of fresh water. Second is encouraging authorities to replace old meters and the system with more efficient ones to save huge amount of fresh water. Third is inspiring manufacturers to use artificial intelligence in water meters to create smart water meters for houses and other buildings. Fourth is pushing investors to invest in water management ideas and researchers. The project has 2 challenges. First is the lack of infrastructure, especially electricity in some regions. Second is the shortage of financial resources for some authorities. Development is in its first stage, testing in emulators. Next stage will be marketing. We will target motorhome and boat manufacturers, as well as water meter manufacturers. Third stage will be hardware integration. Gutai will be customized to work with specific hardware of a company that will be affected by a marketing campaign. Project feasibility isn't huge because we will pay for developing the application on emulator, and we will pay also for marketing. But the cost of integration between the software and hardware will be covered by the hardware company. Gutai is a hybrid organization and focuses on social impacts. Thank you, everyone.
So can I now ask for a question or two for our candidate, our competitor, who would like to pose the first question? Please. Your name and affiliation too, thanks.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Andrea Siri from Boston Consulting Group. Thank you for your presentation, very, very interesting. Have you looked for other technologies that do the same? Have you compared whether there is anything already in the market that is doing this?
Okay, in fact, there is no thing like that. But I mentioned a motorhome and boat manufacturers. They are using similar or a little bit similar systems. It's using software in digital water meter. But in houses, there is no thing like that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do we have one more? Could you tell us a little bit about the mechanics of what does this look like from a financial feasibility perspective in a couple of sentences?
Okay, it doesn't cost a lot because we are paying for developing the software on emulator. And we also will pay for marketing. Developing the software isn't a huge amount of money, but marketing depending on the market, depending on the prices of marketing or the region where we are well market.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much, Mahmoud. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Minister. See you. So now we move on to Pola Sketani and the project being the potential for cool roof application to improve the energy performance of uninsulated conventional roofs of houses in the Kurdistan region of Iraq. Now that was a mouthful. Please. 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Pola Sketani from Kurdistan region of Iraq, and my project is about the potential of cool roof to improve energy performance of uninsulated conventional houses in Kurdistan region of Iraq. Imagine if you live in an area where the temperature reaches somehow around 47 degrees during harsh months of summer, and your house is not insulated at all, and you don't have like full hours of electricity. So imagine how unbearable and how uncomfortable this will be. So this is the situation we have. We have lack of insulation in all of the house, including the roof. The roof and one facade is most exposed element to the sun because houses are row houses, so it's enclosed in 3 sides. We have long, harsh summers during May to October, so unlike today's weather room, it's very, very hot there. And we have low quality construction due to fulfill housing crisis after post-war. And also, the government can only provide 14 hours of electricity per day. So you cannot have your air conditioner, your AC continuously on. Moreover, housing sector consumes 60% of the total energy consumption, a very, very high compared to the other countries. So the main objective of this initiative is to making residents of the houses thermally comfortable, reduce the energy consumption, and thus less CO2 emission will be released to air, and finding a cheap option for minimizing the energy consumption. Next, please. So what is the solution? The solution is by painting the roofs with a white color or albedo, which reflects 80% of the total solar radiation. And it's not just like reflecting the heat, but also it will maximizing the time like the heat transfer to the interior of the room. By maximizing it, you will have less heat inside of the room. Beneficiaries are, the first beneficiaries are residents in order to have more thermal comfort, for sure. And the second beneficiaries are low-income and middle-income householders because they pay less energy bills. Also, we will have like more clean environment. And the fourth beneficiary are the government because they can provide more electricity hours as the stress of the energy grid will be less. Next, please. So the cool roof, in this positioning, we put the cool roof with other 2 alternatives, which is extra insulation layer or adding new roof. We see that the cool roof is both low price and easy to install compared to other 2 alternatives, which are high price and difficult to install. So coming to the actual energy, actual prices, the price of the cool roof is about $4.5 to $7 per meter square, while the price of the extra insulation layers is about $28 to $32 per square meter. So very, very expensive, the other option is, while our cool roof option is about like $5 per meter square, and if we can minimize this cost further if we do it in participatory project where all neighbors came together, help each other applying the cool roof because it is easy to apply. Regarding the impact of the project, doing it using energy simulation programs like OpenStudio and Energy Plus, and I found out that we can minimize the energy consumption by 26% of the houses. So regarding the development of the project in other MENA regions, the project is relevant to other Middle East and North African region because most of the countries are sunny and hot throughout harsh summers. However, the degree of the impact depends on several factors like how the building practice in this country and specific weather conditions, whether they have insulation or not. The impact in Kurdistan houses and in Iraqi houses are very much bigger because housing quality in there is very bad. So that's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paula. Very, very interesting project. Another interesting project. Could I welcome a question from, we have a question for a colleague. Name and affiliation, please.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Andrea Carapellese from UNIDO. Well, congratulations for the project because it's very simple but really effective in these areas. I'd like to understand which is the business model that you propose, directly with the clients or with the constructor. So at which stage and which is the business model of the project?
So the cool roof material is already, in the other countries, is already available, but in Kurdistan region, people don't use it. So I will buy this material and bring it to Kurdistan region. I will try to doing some practice for the workmen and people. If I share like householders to apply it, I will also try to learn them how to apply it because it is easy, like 2 coating layers in, let's say, in 1 day. So the business model is the material is available, but it's about how to apply it and how to take care of it.
But I mean, you address your service directly to the final user, to the end user, right?
Yeah, to the end user. Okay. Yeah, directly.
Great. Did we have a second question? Yes, we do. Name and affiliation, please. Thank you.
Hello, this is Pietro Gagliardi from the OECD. You mentioned also participatory approaches in your project. Can you just explain briefly what you mean?
So it means involving the residents, the end users in the project. Because if the workman is applying it, the price of the product will be a little bit higher. Because it is easy, so you can say, let's say we take a part of the city, we try to involve the people, the residents, the owners of the houses, learn them how to apply that. So instead, if it's applied by, let's say, laborers and workmen and workwomen, it will be applied by residents, and by that, residents will learn like new things, will minimize the cost of the product, and also they will have like more awareness about sustainability and the materials they use in their house.
Great.
Thanks.
I think just it's more of a rhetorical question / remark. When you refer to the consumption savings on the energy side, it might, and you also refer to scalability, it might be worth thinking about what this means from an energy pricing reforms perspective. So what does the saving look like at local municipality level? A simulation like that could really maybe entice local government.
Yeah. So because people use less air condition, that means the energy consumption will be less. So 26% on each household. On a city level, we can say in the housing sector, it will be also minimized by 26%. So it is very, very huge because in country like UK, housing sector will consume only 20% of the energy, while in Kurdistan regions, it consumes 60%. most of the energy consumption is either came from cooling or heating, and in hot countries it came from cooling down. So if we increase the insulations and this kind of materials, we use less cooling, and by using less cooling on the municipality level, on the city level, we use less energy too.
Great. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Masks on and off. We now welcome Selin Tavtin, whose project is named and titled Vegan Leather, Solutions for a Painless Green Future. Selin. Thank you. 5 minutes. Huh?
Hi. My name is Selin Tavtin, and I am coming from Turkey, and I am going to talk about my vegan leather project for a sustainable and painless green future for all of us. We can continue. These are my award-winning leather products. These products are sewn with vegan leather, which is this leather, and it's proved that these are sewable and wearable and very healthy for the future and water consumption. We can continue. These are my processes to create this vegan leather. I just needed 3 stages that you can see as a fermentation in containers. It's very important because I need water for that, but I will take back these waters and dyeing in the hoops with the right part and softener process. And this is the very special process because without softener you can't use this vegan leather. We can continue. And this is my shopping bill actually, and I just need €3.5 for 1 meter. But this is just retail prices because I just need water, tea and sugar and kombucha yeast for creating this vegan leather. But I have a great opportunities for doing that. We can continue. Continue the presentation, please. We will take back our water, used water, because you know I have a fermentation process. We have actually 3 different business with just this business. First of them, creating vegan leather and sell it to the another producers, and creating a vegan leather brand, fashion brand, and also we can sell our kombucha tea that let us to recover our sanded water. And it's very, very useful for the water consumption actually, because we spend our water first, but then we take the water in the health sector actually. And you can see the investment into biodesign for now. You can see 5 different and biggest companies in the world, and they are also making with vegan leathers. They are creating vegan leathers, but they are using mycelium. I use kombu yeast. This is the difference between these 2 of them, and because they need so many energy than I don't need any kind of special machine or energy, and they waste again water, but I can reuse my water that I used. So we have 3 different business in this project, and this is very useful for our greener future and water consumption. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Selin. Who would like to pose? We have another question, please.
Hello, still Andrea Siri from Boston Consulting Group. Thank you very much. Presentation looks great.
Thank you.
What I would love to understand whether you thought how much is this somehow replicable from somebody else. So what would you do in order to make sure there is not any competitor that can somebody copy a solution that looks so simple that could be replicated?
Yeah, actually I have copyrights already, and this means I am the only one in my country who is trying to do this. I know a couple of artists trying to do this also, so because this is so simple really, but no one wants to use any kombucha yeast for the manufacture for the textile. You know, Turkey is the biggest textile place maybe in the world, but they are just using the fabrics. No one interested in vegan fabrics actually. So I am just the only one for now.
Super, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Did we have a second question?
Actually, I really want to show you this material is really very stretch, acting like real genuine leather, and there is no any zero wasted water. And we can reuse the basic simple kombucha yeast. We can use it twice or 4 times. And after she dead, I mean yeast, when she dead, you can put it on the soil and it will go back to the earth again. So it's also recyclable, very recyclable project.
Thank you. Just to follow up on the first question, is there a Mediterranean specificity to this project, or is it just born in Med, born global? How do you sort of frame this?
Actually, it's very, very useful for Mediterranean because of the water, actually, because I'm using water for doing that. The fermentation process, after the fermentation process, I got the vegan leather, but also I get the kombucha tea at the same time. So I have a different type of two business in one hand. So it can be, yes, a big project for all the universe, and it's very useful for my region because we have a water problem really in the Middle East, you know.
Great, thank you so much, Selim.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We now go online, hybrid, Zoom, COVID, new variants. And we have Francesco Bajos, who will be taking us through his project Plastico, or Plasteco. Francesco, where can we see you? Ah, here you are. You have 5 minutes, Francesco. I hope you can hear us clearly.
Thank you so much. Just let me know if you can hear me and I'll start immediately.
A little bit louder would be perfect.
Okay, perfect. Ladies and gentlemen and esteemed judges, our world is suffering. But please, can you, next slide. Okay. In an environmental context, countless of animals are dying yearly due to the excessive plastic waste. In a construction-based context, the market is costly, heavy, and dangerously polluted. Next slide, please. But a solution is found. Previous one. But a solution is found with Plastico. Plastico is an eco-friendly startup that aims to eliminate plastic waste by incorporating them in the production of environmentally friendly and sustainable bricks to be used later on in construction or for decorative means. Next slide, please. The road to obtain a Plastico brick starts with a collection of material such as water, stone, gravel, cement, and most importantly, plastic and other recyclable materials. After this step comes the shredding of plastic using very specific energy-efficient machines, then batching, mixing and molding, and finally curing. Here you can see the very first prototype for Plastico brick, proving that our special mix is indeed feasible and doable. Next slide, please. In order to have further proof, this prototype underwent a crushing test, which resulted in a 5 MPa crushing strength, almost 2 times stronger than the average concrete brick. Next slide, please. The worldwide concrete market is estimated for $10.1 trillion, and in Lebanon, it is estimated for $500 billion, with $95.5 billion for the hollow brick, which is our specialty at Plastico, which we aim to conquer at least 2% in the coming 3 years. In order to do that, Plastico will be targeting civil engineers, contractors, BREEAM and LEED architects, and of course, municipalities and governmental entities. So now you may ask me, why choose Plastico? Well, with Plastico, you will have a 10 to 15 overall cost reduction. You will have 2 times stronger material, and you will have a 30 to 35 overall weight reduction in the overall brick. So in comparison to our regional and international competitors, Plastico hits all the important boxes: cost efficiency, eco-friendliness, and the presence of important insulation properties in our products. Next slide, please. My name is Francisco Bajos, creator and CEO of Plastico. Plastico's journey began in 2020 with multiple local and international competition entries, And now, after 2 research phases, Plastico is once again paving the way to a healthier future with new groundbreaking construction products. Our next step would be testing in order to further prove that our products are really feasible and valid. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Francesco. We do have a question.
So, hope you can hear me. Still Andrea from Boston Consulting Group.
Sorry, Francesco, can you hear us? Can you hear that?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay, super. So I think this is very interesting because one of the problems we have right now is about construction and decarbonization of cement. So having a solution that doesn't use the classical technology is very, very interesting. I think it's a little bit ambitious, if I may, because 2% of a billion market, it's a billion, some billion of dollars in the next few years. I think it's a little bit ambitious, but hope you can achieve that. My question is, I think this is a very regulated market where if you want to use these bricks for construction, you need to do some tests, but there are a lot of certifications. And I see that a lot of companies today do have problems to make sure that even though they satisfy the requirement, they do have the certification needed for the material to be used for construction. So long story short, my question is, how are you going to deal with that?
Francesco.
Definitely. Yes. So basically, we're still in our testing phase, at the end of our testing phase. Once everything is 100% agreed on, and we are set to start our construction company, we will be getting all the certifications required in order to start producing the brick and hopefully selling them to people.
Just to echo the point, Francesco, could you say a little bit about the markets that you're thinking about? And have you considered any opportunities, for example, in the reconstruction space in MENA, where actually certification may not be as stringent in other markets?
Definitely. So our main targets in Lebanon are basically, as I mentioned in the PowerPoints, are architects, civil engineers, and all of that. But basically who we are targeting are people with low income, people who can't actually afford to buy the very costly normal brick. This is one. And yes, of course, we have thought of that market as well. And hopefully after we finish our testing phase, we will be able to delve more into that market and do more research about it, and hopefully we can get the required either certifications or confirmation to allow us to do that.
Great. I believe we have one last question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Andrea Carapellese from UNIDO. I would like to understand if you set any agreement for the supply of the plastic, and if you need any sorting for the kind of plastic that you need for the project.
Definitely. So yes, we have agreements with green NGOs here in Lebanon. So they will be providing us with the plastic, as well as we will be doing our own collaboration with governmental entities and other NGOs as well, and communities. Can you please repeat the second question?
No, if you need any sorting for the kind of plastic,
Definitely.
Or any kind of plastic is good.
Definitely. So we don't use any type of plastic. We have a specific type of plastic, but it is 100% recyclable. And also, although plastic is our main ingredient, we also are using other recyclable material, which all will be sorted before going into the production phase.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Francesco. So I believe we are the halfway stage. So I'd now like to move to Ekin Seçilmiş and Anil Rose and the project titled Project Limpsumption.
Good afternoon. My name is Ekin, and today I'll be presenting our project Limpsumption on behalf of my teammate Anil and, of course, myself. So our project aims to reduce the overconsumption trend in MENA region and the problem is scaffolded, so we have to start by doing a stakeholder analysis to see where to start. And we can see that it's current residents of main region which are of the utmost importance because they have the agency to act on all other stakeholders in the schema now and in the future. So our project aims to incite current residents of MENA region to be more responsible and get more responsible consumption habits by using a circular process feedback mechanism. So our project consists of an application and education modules, as can be seen in the next slide. Our application asks questions to its users and determines whether the person is over-consuming or not, and giving suggestions about how to do it and other insights about the current problem. Then we have some buttons which would show how the world would look like in different scenarios of consumption, which are being updated with the current data from relevant resources. And we also have a progress tracker function, which helps us determine whether a certain amount of reduction of consumption has been achieved. If this has been achieved, we're unlocking more modules, so we're actually rewarding the user for for consuming less. We also have educational modules. Those two are integrated within each other, which is first delivered to teachers, who then deliver to their own students, so that we have an exponentially growing audience of users. The most important part in educational modules is that we're giving laurels, daphne, or other seeds or saplings of Mediterranean flora. So we're showing students what actually we're trying to save, and we're actually rewarding children for their own personal efforts for a better future. We actually had a pilot project. You can see the figures on the slide. It was small, but it did yield some results. We've seen that a vast majority of teachers indicated that the education packages were effective, and they would be willing to integrate it in their education models, education style and program. Also, after a 1 month of survey, we've seen 1 month of observation period and various surveys. We've seen 30 to 40% of increase in personal awareness, knowledge of the issue, feeling personal responsibility about the problem, and willingness to take concrete action among students. So in the next slide, you can see our minimum viable product on which we're relying right now. As said before, we're actually targeting educational institutions. And the project is working in a self-sustaining and self-promoting way. So the schools are buying the educational modules integrated with the app, so no conflict of interest. Then it's teachers who are delivering the education using the app to their students, and teachers can track the progress of their students, and then after a certain amount of effort have been reached, students are rewarded. We also have a timeline that would love to stick with. Would like to create a community which is bounded by the common pursuit of a better Mediterranean region, so would like to implement a chat function on which we're still working. Would like to expand, so we're customizing in terms of language, customs, and education systems. And our ultimate goal is, of course, the widest possible application of our project, so we will be advocating for its inclusion in different public education institutions and hoping to have at least some results by 2025. Our finances, we're expecting a total annual revenue of 42K from educational institutions we have been speaking with, and costs will stem from software, rewards, and pedagogical assistance. So why it's important? Because we've seen that it's been impactful. We did raise awareness for the project. We did leave positive feelings and hope within its users about the possibility of a better future among its users. And we know that it will reduce our consumption in the region in long term, as well as creating a community bound with the same responsibility for the Mediterranean region. Why it's important in this region? Because we're actually one of the most vulnerable regions for this problem, and connecting like-minded youth is important to have more opposite policies in the future for a better environment. Thank you.
Before I ask colleagues for a question, this is not criticism. It's polite. If you were trying to sell this to somebody in what we call an elevator pitch, in a few sentences, how would you describe your product? Because there was an information overload.
Oh, so my elevator pitch would be project consumption to educate young generations and create just a better future to limit the consumption.
Great, thank you. Did we have a question? We do, yes.
Thank you. Hello, thank you very much, Pietro from the OECD. Just a quick question. You said that you already ran a pilot, which is great, and you showed some of the successes. I was just wondering whether you also, what you learned from these experiences with these pilots in the schools, what went wrong that you think could be improved next time in your future activities?
Thank you very much. Actually, we've learned that it's really important to adjust the information we're delivering to the level of students we're tackling with. This is why we're actually including a pedagogical assistance adjustment part in the next steps. Because we're not teachers, we're having teachers a lot in our project, but that's probably the most important thing that we've learned. It's really hard to pass on important information at a very basic level.
Could you say a little bit about variations from the countries or regions that you're looking at? You know, what have you found? Is there any specificities? I see Turkey up there, but is there anything? Could you say a little bit about that?
Sure. So we, of course, started in Turkey because this is where we are from, where it's easier to implement things. But as said in our timeline, we'd like to expand. We already have the contents in Italian, French, and English. So that could be applicable to certain countries, but we don't. We really need assistance about the customs, for example, natural heritage and monuments, and culture regarding natural resources in those countries. So it would be more opposite.
Great, great. Well, thank you very much. I think you'd pass that on. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks. Before I invite our next candidate colleague on the stage, I've seen a few people fanning themselves. Is there something we can do about the temperature in the room? Maybe just bringing it down a little bit, literally, not metaphorically. Now moving on to our next candidate, I'd like to invite René Mitlej, who will be taking us through R-Yen. René, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, I'm René Mitlej, the founder of R-Yen. I'm from Lebanon, and in Lebanon, 40,000 premature deaths occurs due to fossil fuels, while $1.7 trillion are spent on fossil fuels since 1995. Yet, we only get 9 hours of power. Imagine, we're in 2021, waking up in the morning, no electricity, no battery in our phones, nor no battery in our laptops. Solar and renewable energy is not an option anymore. That's why we're introducing R-Yen, offering 3 new technologies: the solar AC, the geothermal energy, and the renewable energy e-commerce. We'll start first with the solar AC. The solar AC is economical as it saves up to 60% on energy bills, efficient because the hotter it is outside, the cooler it is the AC, affordable because it has a price of $400 while it saves up to $700 per year. The technology behind the solar AC lies in using the heat pump to exchange the heat from the air, and also by using the solar tubes that have an efficiency of 80% compared to the solar panels that have an efficiency of 20%. So we'll be selling these units for households. Anyone who has a traditional solar AC, he just needs to upgrade his standard AC by replacing the outside unit with this unit. The second technology is the geothermal technology, and it's also by using the heat pump, because heat pump does not only exchange the heat from the air, but we can also exchange heat from the ground and the water as well. And here's the concept of geothermal energy using the consistent underground temperatures. So we'll be installing heat pumps for households to heat the household in the winter and cool it in the summer. Next, please. So during the winter, the heat pump absorbs the heat from the earth and pumps it into your home. While during the summer, the heat pump absorbs the heat from your home and exchanges it with the cool subterranean temperatures. And the third, this is our second technology. And the third one will be the renewable energy e-commerce. It will be the first marketplace for renewable energy gadgets, such as solar phone charger, rechargeable speakers, solar power bank. The idea is to feed the business from the start and to share and spread awareness on renewable energy and benefit from it anytime, anywhere, while being 100% eco-friendly. Next, please. So our business model will have many revenue streams. First, the e-commerce. Second, the consultancy services, the installation of our offerings, and also the, next please, and also the educational services on the long run. Also, next please. So our impact will be as follows. We'll be offering new job opportunities. We'll spread awareness on renewable energy and its importance. We'll have also an act on behavioral change. Next. We'll reduce carbon footprint and have a scalable business model, so we'll help also in the economical growth. And we'll have unique value proposition with diversified solutions for everyone. Next, please. So our financial forecast proves the success of the company starting the first year and increasing exponentially. Next. This is our roadmap. We'll start first with the commerce, then we'll start with the solar AC, aiming to have a red unit to be sold in Q3 2022. And then we'll start with the first plant of a geothermal heat pump in Lebanon, hoping to have everything ready and being in the growth stage by Q1 2023. Next. And this way, Aryan will be contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals number 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, and 13. Next. Finally, this is our team. We're a passionate team with a proven track record and the vision to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, René. We have a question already. We do, yes.
Hello, Andrea Siri from Boston Consulting. Thank you very much for the presentation, very interesting. Actually, I have two questions, if I may. So the first one, you talk about solar tubes and then heat pumps, geothermal heat pumps. Are the two somehow connected, or they're two different solutions? This is the first question. Then the second question I have is about the business model, because you mentioned that most of the revenue streams come from the e-commerce, then consulting services, and so on and so forth. Just wanted to understand whether when you talk about e-commerce, you mean actually you're selling the assets like the solar tubes and these kind of items, or you don't do that, you just, let's say, do the consulting services on that? Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So first of all, this standard AC has a heat pump inside of it. So this heat pump is the one who do the heat exchange from the air. So the idea here is that instead of using the electricity to take this energy to work, the heat pump can work, we'll be using the heat from the solar energy. So the idea is more in using the solar tubes and the AC and not the electricity. And this way you can use the solar AC as long as the sun is out and you have this heat. So this is for the first question. And the second one, we have different pillars in our project. So the first one is that we'll be selling these units. So the outside unit of the solar AC will be selling them to households and businesses to use them instead of the standard AC. The second one is that we'll be installing heat pumps and geothermal heat pump underground for households and businesses also. So we'll be, this is the second offering that we'll be giving. And the third one, it will be a website in which we'll be having these products, renewable energy products, that anyone can purchase and get them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask why would there be an incentive to go through your platform when you have, for example, Chinese players at some of the mega exhibitions and conferences in, say, Dubai on a very regular basis?
Because it's not about, we'll be offering these gadgets, small gadgets, power bank, and so on, and we don't have a marketplace for renewable energy. So it will be, this is the niche, our niche. It will be only for renewable energy gadgets. So that's why we don't have such marketplace. And also, I just want to say that we'll be targeting first Lebanon, then MENA region, and mainly the underprivileged countries that need such solutions.
Great. We have one last one.
Yeah, hello, Andrea Carapellese from UNIDO. I would like to understand if in the next year, in the coming years, you would like also to integrate some components, at least the ones with no maybe added value from the technological point of view, involving local carpentry or local companies in your country.
Technology like what? Sorry, I didn't get you right.
No, so you are not a manufacturer for the all products, right?
I will be manufacturing the solar AC and the heat pump because I have another startup and we built a machine in our workshop, so
okay,
we can do the manufacturing.
Kind of components from the software to the panels to also the pipe.
And the solar AC we don't need software, so we'll be able to manufacture it in our workshop.
I think he's referring, where do the gadgets come from?
So
the gadgets, yes, we will be talking to suppliers and then put them on our website. We don't manufacture the gadgets.
Okay, so we are talking about with almost 100% made in Lebanon. Is it right?
The solar AC, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. One big question for startups, I think, in general, is always the B word of bandwidth. But we have no doubts in your abilities and your team. We now go to the penultimate presentation, Soumeya Bouchouareb, who will be taking us through, this is possibly the biggest mouthful of all, the removal of organic compounds by biocomposite magnetic beads in batch and continuous mode from wastewater. And I'm sure you'll be translating it into English as well for us. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Soumeya Bouchouareb from Algeria, PhD student, project engineer at National Sanitation Utility Office, Ministry of Water Resources. Today, I am presenting to you my project about the removal of organic compounds by biocomposite beads, magnetic beads in batch and continuous mode from wastewater. Water and sanitation are at the core of sustainable development. However, in recent decades, overexploitation, pollution, and climate change have led to severe water stress in locals across the world and today, according to the UN, 2.2 billion people lack access to safely managed drinking water, and more than 4.2 billion people lack safely managed sanitation. This project is about making water safe to recycle, release, or reuse into the environment from on one side, and from another, the used bioorganic waste for a greener energy that can be converted into heat or electricity, and for a more efficient. So the problem is how to reduce the pollution, the concentration, how to reduce the concentration of pollutant in industrial and urban effluent to acceptable limit before discharging them into the environment, and use the bioorganic to generate energy. The solution is the removal of organic compounds by biocomposite magnetic beads in batch and continuous mode, and the process will be open for a combination with encapsulated microalgae beads for an optimized efficiency and biomass and energy production. This, sorry, vous pouvez ralentir. Voilà. For a project conception, the industrial and urban waste and water And water treatment plant, the added step is the removal of organic compounds by biocomposite magnetic beads in batch and continuous mode to finally have clean water to recycle and reuse or release, and green energy recovery from bioorganic waste. Voilà. Okay. For the financial, bon, parce que je prononce pas la budget, le coût, based on published research studies, the estimated cost for this project is divided between construction cost per square meters, 100 euros per square meters for an average cost, and operating cost, alginate beads, 80% of total cost for an average of 40 euros per kilogram. Okay. Why is reuse important of MENA countries? Most of the MENA region is characterized as arid or semi-arid. It has 6% of global population, but only 1% of freshwater resources. Consequently, this is a need for a new, non-conventional water resources, such as wastewater, to meet the increasing demand. OK, merci.
Thank you, Soumeya. And do we have a question for Soumeya? Could we start by you breaking it down for us a little bit? Again, there was quite a lot of information there, technical background. Could you simplify it a little bit? So if you were explaining it to somebody with less scientific capacities, if you could. Yes.
About wastewater. This project is about wastewater treatment and green energy recovery by the removal of organic compounds, of organic compounds by biocomposite magnetic beads in batch and continuous mode from wastewater, by synthesizing a co-effective, environmentally friendly and sustainable biochar adsorbed from agricultural solid waste, and preparing magnetic alginate beads to encapsulate activated carbon for the evaluation of its effectiveness in removing organic and inorganic contamination from the effluent by the process of adsorption. The preliminary tests were carried out synthetic wastewater, yes. And the process will be open for a combination with encapsulated microalgae beads for an optimized efficiency and biomass energy production. Donc, si vous permettez, parler un peu français. Donc,
of course.
L'objectif d'installer un photobioréacteur pour l'élimination des nutriments et l'élimination des traces des polluants présentes dans les eaux usées ou les rejets industriels. Voilà.
Thank you so much. Did we have a question? Yes, we have one question here. En anglais, en français.
Merci beaucoup pour ta présentation. C'est Pietro Gagliardi de l'OECD. I'm going to switch in English. Thank you very much for the presentation. Just to understand, so you would be selling the mechanism to treatment plants?
Oui.
And in that case, what do you think are the advantages for them as buyers to have this product? If for them, compared to the cost, what do they gain from it?
Je peux répondre en français?
You can, but also, when you refer to the 100 euros, compared to what? What was that compared
Par rapport aux photoréacteurs normaux qui ont été déjà installés au niveau des stations d'épuration, la différence entre ce photobioréacteur et les anciens photobioréacteurs, c'est on va encapsuler les billes d'alginate, encapsulant le charbon actif avec les algues pour éliminer en même temps les polluants, les métaux lourds, les colorants, les composés organiques, inorganiques et les algues pour éliminer les nutriments. Pour la première chose, qu'on peut éliminer les polluants et les nutriments. La deuxième chose, c'est par rapport à l'exploitation, par rapport à l'entretien, la maintenance des installations. Quand on applique cette technique, on n'a pas besoin de nettoyer les installations parce que les matériaux sont encapsulés dans les billes d'alginate.
Self-cleaning, yes. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. We now move to the very final presentation of the Youth Forum Contest 2021, Green and Sustainable Solutions for the Future. And we go virtual, and we go to Manar Waritni for the project Mon Cactus. Manar, over to you. 5 minutes, 5 minutes.
شكرا بزاف. Do you hear me, please?
We do.
Thank you. Buongiorno, everybody. My name is Manar Waritni from Morocco. I'm very pleased today to represent my project Mon Cactus in this very important event. So let me start with some important questions for us. Did we know that more than 9 of 10 people around the world breathe highly polluted air, and that water scarcity currently affects nearly 700 million people in 43 countries? Also, that we are all surrounded by mobile phones, Wi-Fi terminals, and connected devices. All these devices send and receive radio frequencies and thus emit electromagnetic waves. What do we need to solve these problems? And what if the solution of these problems was one? Yes, one green solution that our team has combined. Plants, but not any plants. Plants that are able to purify the air with the reverse photosynthesis and to absorb electromagnetic waves. So let me tell you first about our developments. In 2018, two nature lovers, my mom and I, passionate about gardening and plants, we decided to implement the idea of creating the Mon Cactus project. 1 year after, we started participating in fairs, exhibitions, and private sales like Christmas markets. And post-COVID, in 2021, we created the women's cooperative Mon Cactus. In what concerns our, next please. In what concerns our articles, they are intended for all the people, all the ages, and all the genders, for home, garden, or office. We adapted our services to the needs of our customers. We offer now some special services like customizations of orders, home delivery, and gift packaging. Most of them are recycled. As you can see on the pictures, we have coconut, old dishes, and textile wastes. Concerning our approach, we pretend to use green energies. We use and reuse the rainwater actually, and we collect and recycle products and materials. And we participate in a circular economy through sustainable and local supply by handmade and artisanal products. Now, let's start the most important part, our impact. Yes, the environmental impacts present in the first side, the reduction in water consumption in our production unit, and in the second side, the improvement of ambient air quality. These impacts are produced by women, yes, by women who are illiterate and who don't have any professional qualification. They live in poverty with very modest family incomes. Today, they are productive. They produce and generate 100% eco-friendly products. Now we are 7 persons in the team, and we are looking forward to extend it to in the near future to become about 15 to 20% with 11 women illiterates in the cooperative and 2 employees, youth employees. Add to this that our business is collaborated with some Moroccan artisans as well in different regions in the country. From the concerning our development process, from the last submission in May to this program, to this month, we achieved some important goals like the creation of the legal status of the women's cooperative, the diffusion of the cooperative success story nationwide by TV reports and interviews. From the middle and long term, we are negotiating for stands in shopping centers and the train stations. And herein again, more women members in our cooperative. And for the production unity, we are working to have an agricultural land to create the green plant nursery with green technologies. Concerning the relation between our projects and MENA region. So our project is very relevant for the MENA region because it's based mainly on supporting illiterate women who occupy big parts of MENA society. And Monk Actus Projects is also supporting traditional economic field and collaborating with its professionals like the Moroccan artisans and the local Moroccan artisans. Monk Actus Projects is also a simple contribution on Morocco's effort to promote green economy and green jobs, especially after hosting the COP22 in Marrakesh. Monk Actus Projects can be also model to follow and duplicate in other countries, for example, in the Mediterranean countries, as all the region's women share the same passion for plants. So thank you.
Thank you, Manar. We will have one or two questions for you, and I'm looking around to see if we have a specific question for you. If not, I'll just pull one out of my pocket, one I made earlier. So if you could tell us a little bit about, I mean, the vast majority of businesses in the region are family businesses. You know, how does this look like from a cooperative perspective in Morocco? And what does quote unquote competition look like? Are there similarities in other cooperatives? And what is your kind of USP, if you like?
Thank you for your question.
We can't hear you so well, Manar. If you could salt. That's better. That's better.
Thank you. Concerning your question, so our cooperative, there is a lot of cooperatives in Morocco, but not working with plants and gardening. We are I'm an agronomist engineer, and I work in this thing. I can be sure that no other cooperative exists in Morocco and do the same thing here.
And what does financing look like in terms of the pooling of financing, or I don't want to use the term microfinance, but what does that look like in the cooperative space and for you?
Concerning the financial model, to be honest, we started our projects with very modest financial resources by our own funds, and we have just submitted our file for bank financing for store and for some raw materials.
Thank you, Manar. We'd like to give you a round of applause all the way.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manar. That went very quickly. That was very interesting. So I'd like to thank, well, first of all, let's give a round of applause for all of the presentations. There was a lot of work. There was a lot of work behind the scenes, not only from the convening side with ISPI and supporting partners, but also, of course, I'll take this off again, but also our candidates, not only those with us today, but all of those who submitted interesting presentations. So now the time has come to vote for the best project. In order to do this, the idea is that the live audience, i.e. you sitting here right in front of me, can scan the barcode that is on the back of the chair, which is in front of you, which will take you to the online platform, and that's where you can, of course, cast your vote. For those who are attending the contest virtually, you can find the form on the right of the online platform to select the best project, singular, not plural. While we process the algorithms, formulas, and all of the technical stuff, for those who've made this event possible, and we've mentioned our supporting partners earlier today, I'd like to welcome the supporting partners to the floor to say a few words, present their initiatives and projects on youth empowerment in the broader Mediterranean, but with a sort of focus on green initiatives. While you vote and engage, you'll also simultaneously double task and listen to our supporting partners. And to that end, I'd like to invite to the stage, first of all, Miriam Alam from the OECD, who is the head of the MENA OECD program. Miriam Alam. Merci.
Thank you, Ade. It's always very eloquent moderation, and I think you will all join me also in applauding him for this fantastic job. You're bringing a lot of energy to this contest since its inauguration. But let me also welcome you all, and in particular our 8 finalists. I think you should be commendable for this fantastic initiative that you are doing, and I don't want to be in the shoes now of selecting them. I think you all deserve to be the winners. For me, you are all winners. And I would like to also take a moment to thank ISPI for organizing this fantastic meeting, the youth contest and the Med Dialogues, and Italy for being the co-chair of the MENA OECD governance program for its great leadership. Our meeting today takes again place in the context of continued concerns about the impact of the COVID pandemic and its socioeconomic effects on people's life across both sides of the Mediterranean. And OECD findings, in fact, shows that the COVID crisis will have a long-lasting repercussion on the most vulnerable in our societies, and hence also on young people. I think it's very important to stress this. These impacts reinforce pre-existing structural inequalities in the MENA region, where, for instance, young youth are 5 times more likely to be unemployed than adults. We also see in the MENA region, as you know, a record low level of trust among young people in their government. Youth tend to trust their government less than their parents. In fact, 28% trust the government. Each year, the Youth Forum contest showcases, despite the challenges they face, promising young leaders and innovative ideas, and showcase that innovative ideas and leaders are plentiful in the region. And as it's always said, talents, ideas are spread evenly across the world. Opportunities are not. And hence, I'm very, very pleased that the OECD has put forward a draft recommendation that is precisely called creating opportunities, creating opportunities for young people, better opportunities for young people. And the recommendation is a kind of GPS on how to empower young people and what governments can do to put in place the right structures and capacities to deliver positive change for the youth, be it on the governance side, what the administration needs to do to deliver better services, what they need to do to connect better with the sectoral policies, or looking really into the nitty-gritty ingredients of what it takes to have a good employment policy. Hopefully this recommendation will be adopted in 2022. The COVID crisis, on the other hand side, also presents, if you like, as we always say, to build back better. And the responses and recovery plans are actually providing an opportunity to address systematically the needs of young people and future generations. However, according to a latest OECD study that we have done, only 16% of the countries surveyed, reviewed, have used frameworks to assess the distributional effect of their COVID recovery measures across different age cohorts. And this is particularly important to look at it from also in the MENA region, from the inequality perspective, where inequalities between age cohorts are extremely high. In countries, and I think this is a very important business case, in countries where age inequalities are lower, citizens tend to express higher levels of life satisfaction. Hence, empowering young people and their initiatives in partnership with government across the region will continue to be a top priority for the OECD, and you can count on our continuous support. I wish you a nice meeting, and I keep my fingers crossed for all of the 8 finalists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miriam. Miriam and her team do excellent research. I highly recommend that you consult the OECD MENA website, especially on some of the topics that we've discussed today, vis-a-vis entrepreneurship, jobs, digital divides and dividends, haves and have-nots, jabs and jab-nots, et cetera, et cetera. I'd now like to move to our next supporting partner, Andrea Carapellesi. I think I said that okay. And he's the investment and technology promotion expert at UNIDO. Andrea, we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon to everybody. Very nice to see this hall full of young people. Many thanks to ISPI also for the invitation and for involving us in these outstanding initiatives. I'm Andrea Carapellesi from UNIDO at TPO Italy, the Investment Technology Promotion Office of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Our specialized agency, as far as you know, has a headquarters in Vienna, 50 field offices all around the world, many of them in the MENA region, and promotes industrial development for building autonomous industrial chains in emerging countries, giving a key role also to green tech, that is the sector at the heart of this initiative. Speaking about our office in Italy, we have the unique mandate to support private sector, directly private sector. Generally speaking, United Nations organizations are, as a top-down approach, are just considered intergovernmental organization. Our role is to cover this gap, working directly with the private sector, single companies, and also associations in emerging countries, promoting investment opportunities, technology transfer initiatives, capacity buildings in many sectors, especially in the sectors in which Italy excels, such as also green tech and circular economy. Well, namely, we consider sustainable investments, applied innovations and technologies as strategic drivers to unlock the untapped potential in emerging countries, turning challenges into opportunities. That is more or less what all these candidates for the world of today, for the contest of today, did. As a matter of fact, these ingredients are fundamental to catalyze new flows of investment opportunities, which enable the capacity of many countries to leapfrog into the future, and while facing also climate change challenges and leveraging also the role of the private sector for a new paradigm of sustainable development. Through our intervention, so we try to escape from the logic of non-profitable cooperation, shifting from aid to co-development, and paving the way also for a more impactful role of the private sector also in the innovation, so supporting not only traditional companies but also startups. For many years now, we have positioned our office in Italy as mentor and advisor for many startup ecosystems in Italy and abroad, supporting also the matchmaking between also the vibrant and the very interesting ideas coming from emerging countries, also with Italian counterparts, creating the basis for win-win synergies to reduce poverty and face the other challenges of our planet, starting from the climate one. Well, in this context, I would like just to share with you two concrete initiatives that is
is we are carrying out as an Italian office. We're implementing one of the most important projects funded by Italy in Iraq, for example, supporting private sector. This project is funded by Italian Development Cooperation and is focused on supporting local enterprise development center, one also in Erbil, in order to support also vocational training for young people and other kind of services for local companies, supporting local industrial zones, and also fostering international business partnership, sustainable business partnership between Italian companies and Iraqi ones. And then to conclude, I'm also very happy to briefly introduce you a very new initiative that we proposed, we launched with on the Mediterranean diet with the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, and our partner from Future Food Institute, aimed at in supporting local agri-food system in Morocco, Tunisia, and again Iraq, intervening in the most iconic and traditional sensitive supply chains of the Mediterranean diet, providing capacity development and also technical assistance to relevant local institutions and companies and smallholder farmers, focusing on youth and women, and then scaling up innovative solutions, leveraging the local content and the role of the private sector in developing sustainable and inclusive partnership. Because the public sector and the international organizations, of course, has a critical role to play in enabling good conditions for improving primary sector. But the most disruptive ideas and innovations, not only in green tech, not only in agribusiness, but in many sectors, are business-led. So thank you very much for the attention. I hope the best for the continuation of this forum.
Thank you so much, Andrea. One last presentation before we announce the winners. That doesn't mean don't focus on another Andrea. We have Andrea Siri, project leader on climate change and sustainability practice with the Boston Consulting Group. Looking forward to hearing his remarks. Andrea. Thanks.
So it's usually very hard to be the very last one because everybody's pretty tired. So I'll try to be as short as possible. So I want to join my colleagues to say congratulations to all the contestants. It was great presentations, a lot of energy, so it was great. As I said many times, I'm Andrea Siri from Boston Consulting Group. I work mainly for climate change and sustainability in my company. So you can imagine how thrilled I was when I was asked to join the jury for this project, where we had both sustainability and green joined with youth. As you may have seen from the COP26, the climate change is a topic that is becoming more and more relevant, and the youth are going to be more and more vocal about it, and I hope it is going to be even more in the future. Now, in BCG, we don't only work on climate change, we also work on youth empowerment. So today I wanted to present you just a simple case that we have performed some time ago for our country in the MENA region. I cannot disclose the name for the confidentiality reasons, but I think it provides a good example of how we work in BCG and what kind of activities we have done. If I may ask you to go to the next slide, please. So basically, we had a government that came to us and asked us somehow, they had an objective a goal to empower youth and to manage sports. And while the government was doing very well in managing the sport development, they were lacking in the agenda of youth. And so the main problem they had is that they actually didn't even know how youth was in the country, considering that this was youth was 30% of the people of the country. So this was a relevant portion of the people that were completely, let's say, not managed. And what we were asked as BCG from the government was somehow to help them answer some questions like how youth people are, what should we do?
So what have we done? And this is, next slide please, a standard approach we have, and you may have also on your project. So basically what we've done, as all BCG projects, we start with a baseline to understand what we're doing. So what is the starting point? So basically we engage the youth in order to understand how they are. And then of course we tried with both the youth and the government to identify a vision. What is the vision that we have to provide the youth? And then of course, as you may have seen and you're doing in your project, as you know, all the cases, of course you then have to do a sort of business plan and implementation plan. But no, I think the most interesting part is how we managed to contact the youth people and to understand how they are. If we go to the next slide, please. So basically, we did not perform the classical surveys that you usually do, because we have a problem. So most of the times, people don't say what they really want because of whatever reason. There are a lot of barriers, language barriers, personalities may not want to disclose each other. So we had to identify a way to somehow make sure the young people would open themselves. So we created some workshop rooms with focus groups, and where we created a sort of playful environment where we did some role playing, some sort of images matching, so on and so forth. So we tried somehow with some tricks to identify what are the real archetypes of youth that we have. And then if we go to the next slide, so we identify 5 main archetypes. I think these are very, very interesting, and they can apply to a lot of countries. So we had in this country a lot of young people who are, let's say, stuck in the box, very ambitious people, but somehow for the culture of the country or the families, they felt they were stuck. They didn't have the possibilities to grow. Then we have some passive loss, those that actually thought there are not enough opportunities and maybe I should do nothing. Then we have my favorite, the self-doubting dreamers. I think myself, I am one of those too, but maybe it's just my opinion. The people who are actually ambitious, but they don't think they have the capabilities to move on. And then we have the ones that are work-life balance seekers, the ones that are ambitious, but actually they want to manage families as well, and the dream spirits, those that want to achieve targets no matter what. Now, I think this is very interesting because it showed that the personas, how we call them, of the youth are very, very different one another. And so the first thing we decided to do with the government is basically to create a platform to discuss with the youth people. If we can go to the next slide, please. So the first thing we have done with them is basically to build a platform that had 4 main blocks. One block was to ensure that the youth could communicate with the government. So to create a dialogue, a channel to make sure that those people who are uncertain, they feel stuck, they have somehow a way to express their needs. Then on the other side, a block was somehow a channel for the government to communicate with the youth, because sometimes it's a matter of awareness. Youth do not know what is the possibility. You don't have role models. You feel stuck, you're ambitious, but you have nobody to look at to understand whether this is me, this is something I could be. And then the last 2 blocks are to absolutely erase the asymmetric informations you may have among people. On one side, youth may not know what is happening, what is going on, what is in for them. And the other thing is that they may not have the connection. So this was, let's say, the first very quick win, let's say, that we were trying to implement. And I think this platform was very important because it allowed us to gather more and more information. And at the end of the project with the government, we identified 5 strategic actions that they have to implement. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So the first thing is channeling the voice of youth. So as we said at the very beginning, the government didn't know their youth. So they didn't know who they were, what their needs were, and so on and so forth. So the very first thing, a very simple platform would allow to gather information, to communicate with the young people. There are so many diverse people with diverse needs. But if you don't communicate, if you don't have a channel information, you don't know. Then secondly, create a governance for the youth agenda, create a youth council, some organizations within the government that would somehow be responsible to lead a youth agenda. If you don't have somebody accountable to do that, of course, it falls through the cracks. Then the third thing I think is very, even more important because it's very actionable. Then what you have, we had them streamline the process for young entrepreneur to somehow build up their enterprises, because of course you have many limits here, and somehow to incentivize youth-led organization. And then the last 2 points that are important in any project, but especially here, are on one side you have to measure, monitor, what is your impact, what you're doing, are you making some progress? So we created a youth index that they could use in order to pulse check how the initiatives were going. And of course, we set a body in order to monitor the fact that the initiatives were implemented. And this is what one example we've done, we we have many more projects, but I think this is interesting to show also how a project that we do also in other businesses work usually. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. Very interesting insights. We're nearly at that time, everybody. There were two quotes that came to mind when I was thinking about the two winning candidates, or the two winning prizes. One of them was if opportunity doesn't knock, create a door. And for the other project, and I'm going to name them in a second, of course, is of course necessity is really is the mother of invention, and we're seeing that more and more within some of the green solutions that we've been discussing and thinking about today. I'd like to thank our colleagues from BCG, UNIDO, and OECD again for wonderful insights. And it is now time to announce the winner of this year's Youth Forum contest. I want to thank everybody who attended today, whether online and virtually, and I think a round of applause for our technical team and the AV team. Very smooth, hybrid worked very well. Very smooth, wonderful, excellent, brilliant. So, here we go. So the 2021 Med Youth Forum winners are Was that enough suspense? Paula Schettani, the potential for cool roof application to improve the energy performance of uninsulated conventional roofs of houses in Kurdistan region of Iraq. We're going to work with him on a shorter title. So a round of applause. And our second winner, but not second place, just joint winner, is Selin Tavtin with vegan leather solutions for a painless green future. They were all wonderful. They were all fantastic. Even the ones that didn't make it to today in person were incredibly interesting. The jury found it very difficult in sort of thinking about where we were. But this was, again, a weighted decision between the live audience and those online and the jury who discussed and engaged earlier in the process. So what I'd like to do is, tomorrow we're going to have the two winners formally awarded with their monetary prizes during the Youth Factor panel at 4:30 p.m. I'd like to invite everybody to the youth panel tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. And before we do our last thank yous and pleasantries, I'd like to invite both of our winners just to say a couple of words. I know you haven't prepared, but any thoughts on how you went through this process, the road forward, or the road ahead rather, and anything else that you'd like to say about your project, your process, and the period to come. We'll start with my colleague, Paula, since you were announced first. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for ISPI, ROMED, and all the attendees. Actually, in 2013, when I got to England to study my master's degree in architecture, I found a kind of a different world of architecture. In Middle East, when I do my bachelor degree in architecture, we just like showing the form of the building, plan of the building, but we do not care anything about the energy consumption and sustainability. When I do my master's degree in the UK, I saw that the environmental sustainability and sustainability in general was the core of the architecture in that country. So it's really changed my mind a lot. And after that, it came to my mind how to improve the energy consumption. And I found that housing is a very important thing to work on, because housing will change the life of the people. If you work on school building, on office building, you only target a little bit like sections of society. But everybody lives in a type of housing, whether that's house, a flat, or something else. But even after that, I was just working on technical aspects. When I applied to the ROMED, I found that besides technical sustainability metrics and things like that, they also focus on business plans. How does it cost? Is it feasible or not? Something that I haven't experienced before in my studies. So I was, at the beginning, when I joined like the events and classes of ROMED, I was like a little bit afraid. I said, I have no background in like marketing and business related and entrepreneurship. How do I understand these things? But thankfully, they show like the easy passes, how to understand it and how to apply it. So it was a very great thing for me personally, and I hope for my society and the communities back in Kurdistan region of Iraq and whole MENA region, because after that, I have a capabilities both in terms of environmental sustainability and economical aspects of implementing projects that are useful for societies and for our environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Paula. We very much look forward to following your path and hearing more about how you're bringing energy consumption down, not only in Kurdistan, but hopefully beyond. I'd now like to invite Selin to also say a few words on the process, her views, her thoughts, and the roadmap ahead. After you.
Thank you very much. I'm so emotional right now, and I really appreciate all of you. And they called us emotional, but it's beyond our emotion, actually. This is our word. And I am as a vegetarian person, and I accept the zero-waste lifestyle, like my lifestyle. This is quite important to me to get this opportunity to create my own business, because at the end of the day, we have to earn our money. But without any damage to world, earning money is a really wonderful thing. And I'm so happy and grateful. And thank you. It's a short speech, but thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Well done. I just passed you. Thank you. Take this off. Well, thank you, everybody, and thanks once again. I thought it was super interesting. Just a sort of mini human experiment, just making this up right now. Just a show of hands. How optimistic, sort of from a scale of 1 to 10, and you can shout, we'll have some creative destruction to use that term. On a scale of 1 to 10, how enthusiastic are you about entrepreneurship in the Mediterranean and MENA? Shout a number, whatever you like. Can't hear you. 10. Is that maybe optimistic? Anybody else? Anybody else? 9, 8, 7, 6? Show of hands. 8 out of 10 for optimism when it comes to entrepreneurship in MENA? As a game changer, perhaps? No? Yes? Show of hands, yes or no? So we have 1 in the whole audience. Very interesting. Very interesting. And finally, we have the Youth Factor panel tomorrow, as I mentioned. We'd like to sort of make this more of a community approach. So beyond today, of course, you know, if we can all sort of stay connected, you don't know what synergies come out of engaging and listening. And I think my colleague who just mentioned, sometimes you have the ideas, but you don't have the operationalization capacities or the ideas around financing and bringing the product or service or idea to market. So I think that's very important going forward. I'd like to end by thanking again our partners, the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and of course the supporting partners who just came up earlier on. And last but not least, they were in the background and they've been working on this for a very long time. I'd like to thank, of course, ISPI, but in particular by name, Serena Massimi, Francesco Schiavi, Beatrice Bergamasco, and Elizabeth Gosselin Malo, and in absentia, Forsan Hussein, who could not be with us today, who would have co-moderated, but due to variants and COVID and other matters, but he's sorely missed. And I'm very much looking forward to continuing this process. Please stay engaged. Please create synergies, and please keep us posted on how your products and your services are moving forward to create change and anchored around sustainable development, but also people, planet, prosperity, and the C's of competitiveness, comparative advantage, coordination, and connectivity, among others. Very much looking forward, and thanks again, everybody.